Join me as I dive into the world of young adult fantasy and challenge myself to find the most epic audiobook Meta Essence Gacha in Marvel. What if you could dive into a world where magic and adventure await at every turn? Out there, what is the rule? What is the exception? Hector reflects after some time. He turns his focus to the woman Tenryubito again. You know, I'm not one that endorses rape. He starts, but considering that is only another type of torture. Meh? He shrugs. The woman looks at him without understanding. I mean, I wouldn't do it personally. But I can imagine myself taking vengeance on a particularly evil woman by throwing her in a pit filled with lust-filled animals or demons as a punishment. It would need to be a very evil woman and to really get on my nerves. But I can't exclude the possibility that I will do this in the future. I can go that far. Hector comments while standing up. In truth, don't ever need to be a woman. I can see myself doing the same to a man. A rapist or a pedophile. But I would feel bad even if I am a man. I had a mom and a grandma after all. But damn, you feel nothing, huh? Hector asks again, then he extends his hand and a metal cylinder is formed from his palm. He grabs it with one hand and ignites a blue fire in the other. He heats one end of the cylinder and looks at the female Tenryubito. If I shove this in your pussy right now, would teach you a little of empathy? He asks while glaring at her. Waving the cylinder close to her face, the heat hurting her eyes. Hi! You can't do that. I'm a world noble. You can't touch me. She shouts and continues to crawl backward. Hector watches her move around the dirt ground of the remains of people that he just killed, and she still hasn't accepted reality. It's almost sad. He shakes his head and says, "Lucky to you, I recently discovered that I do not enjoy torturing people. And you haven't enraged me enough." He throws the metal cylinder, hitting her in the chest, killing her slowly. He then extends his hand, his palm facing backward. At a distance, Tsuru and the others watch the noble's ship be engulfed in a giant explosion. Nothing remains. No survivors. Law's training island, well, you guys didn't run away at least. Hector comments while watching the Heart Pirates' crew gasp for breath on the ground. They are in bad shape, but they follow his instructions even if Hector isn't keeping an eye on them. Now Law and you too. Follow me. Hector points to the Beepo and a huge man from Law's crew, a previous slave that Law saved in Sabaody. After walking for a bit, Hector sits on a rock, Cassandra at his side, while Law's trio sits close. Let's go directly to the point. Do you all know about hockey? I heard about it. Law answers, me too. The giant man answers, I know nothing. Beepo says without any shame. Okay. Let me explain briefly the importance of hockey. Hector starts, I, myself, divide this world into 3 areas. He raises 3 fingers, the 4 seas out of the Grand Line, Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, and the New World, the final part of the Grand Line. On the 4 seas, any devil fruit can help you be a big shot. A powerful devil fruit can help you in Paradise. A Logia can make you invincible, really. But in the New World, if you're aiming to be more than a cannon fodder, you need to know hockey. Hector says seriously, someone without a devil fruit can beat someone that has it. But someone without hockey can't beat someone that knows it. Well, unless there's a miracle. Hockey gives many advantages in a fight. The most important is the ability to defend and attack the previously invincible devil fruits. Someone with a strong hockey will never be cut by your devil fruit powers. Law. Law grows serious hearing that. There's 3 types of hockey, with many variations and advanced ways to use. Hector briefly explains the whole hockey system to them. That I didn't make you guys run around in this dangerous forest and punch metal because I am mean. Hector continues after making sure that they understand the basics of hockey. To go through the forest you need to be aware of the many animals ambushing you, and to punch that metal wall, you all are hardening your resolve and will. You haven't noticed, but you guys started using snippets of hockey to complete the task. Hector says to their shock, continuing like that, by going to these extremes, you 3 can grasp the basics in 6 months more or less. Law appears shocked. 6 months? Don't look down on hockey. People train for years to simply be capable of using in battle. This method of brute forcing your train is what Rayleigh probably is doing with Luffy right now. Hector says he is the type to learn with his body. I will use my own method to skip this awakening, shortening these 6 months in one night. Exclamation point. How you will do that? Law asks. Hector gives them a toothy grin. I will force myself in your guy's mind. Give you the experience and the feeling of hockey. Hector put his index finger on the side of his skull. Then you will repeat the training of today, running around this dangerous forest and punching metal to hone your mastery of hockey. Then I will heal your body and mind. 30 minutes of sleep should be enough. And repeat. And repeat. And repeat. I will also stimulate your muscle tissues to create artificial muscle memory during your sleep. I will also attack and kill you and restore your body before your soul leaves your body. Over and over again. The death experience will sharpen your mind and strengthen your will. Hector says, that's what you said about our minds breaking? Law asks with a heavy tone. I can guarantee that you won't die, but this method is not to anyone. The two stare at each other. How strong I will get? Law asks the important question. If you don't break in your month, you should achieve what Luffy will achieve in 2 years. Hector says seriously, but, I'm only saying regarding hockey. I will not train your devil fruit, so your mastery should stagnate. But with a strong body and mind, you will find yourself capable of doing more. People have limited time. Rare is the people that master everything. The need to master the 3 types of hockey, a weapon, their devil fruit. You may find a random guy on the New World with an observation hockey stronger than that of a Yonko. Because this Yonko focused in training his devil fruit or something like that. Hector explains, 1 month, losses, 1 month, will not be enough to defeat Doflamingo. Hector says truthfully, but will be capable of making your powers work in someone like Virgo. Hector says, eyeing him carefully. Virgo is one of the people that Law hates the most in this world. Virgo is a rare armament hockey user that can cover his whole body. Even some Yonko commanders can't do it. He is the definition of a brute. If you hockey can cut him, few people in this world you will not be capable of cutting. Law pauses. If you accept, I will not let you quit even if you beg me. Hector adds, I can't have it in any other way. Let's do it. Law says determinedly. Hector smiles. Now officially, you're my outer disciple. Hector jokes, welcome to hell. He says before making the 3 of them blackout. After leaving Cassandra to train on the same island with Gigantomachia, Law, and the others, Hector flies high. Breaking the sound barrier, he arrives at the clouds and starts to look around. This should be good enough. He disappears before reappearing above a vast white field. He lands on the clouds and tests their resistance. These are a special type of solid clouds present in this world. A desert sky island. It's perfect. He comments before taking a huge cube from his inventory. The cube is as big as a trailer and he positions it on the clouds. Then another. And another. And dozens of others. BBC. It's how Hector jokingly calls these big buildings cubes. Like a Lego, each one can connect with the other to make a bigger building or facility. One cube can be a bathroom, another a living room, the generator room, and many other sections of a big laboratory. Maybe is more like Minecraft, really. Hector arranges the cubes to recreate a research facility with everything that is needed. He starts walking towards the big building, a door open in the previous smooth wall. I had my fun. Time to work. He cracks his fingers before putting on a lab coat. Hector POV. As I walk in the inside of the BBC, I need to change this name. Better than the BBC inside me. Damn. The 5th grade never left me. Anyway, I was thinking about Cassandra. The initial plan was to let Cassandra to her own devices. Siko and Tsukasa have good places to train and hone their crafts. Makia can stay in any place. And while I will be here, hold inside this lab. Let Cassandra do her own thing around the world. Stretch the wings, socialize, see good and bad people on her own. But there's a problem. I underestimated, something that rarely happens, the Grand Line climate. It's completely bullshit. The magnetic fields are all over the place, Winds change directions and originate from nothing, gravity changes slightly, and temperatures fluctuate without reason. It's like a god is pressing the random climate button all the time. Even I need to go to the stratosphere to check where I'm going sometimes. Mostly because I'm new to this world, but even so. Cassandra Little Adventure died in the crib. Now I feel bad. I planned some nice places to visit with her and the others, like Fishman Island, Skypiea, the Florian Triangle, Zenesha. But I really wanted her to go on her own too. Teach, now what to do? What to do? She didn't have that simple mind of Makia, or great interest in something like Tsukasa and Siko. Maybe let her in Amazon Lily. Or should I let her roam the other 4 seas? They should be interesting enough, but wouldn't have anything new compared with our world. As I enter in the big space full of empty capsules, where I will put the bodies of the future experiments, I have an idea. Maybe give her a pet. This is also something that makes people grow in many ways. I made a test in the past, during my visit to the BNHA/MHA world, to see what would happen if I summoned someone during my travel. Apparently nothing. No problem. When I go back to my own world, the character will be brought with me too. The only downside is that I would be incapable of using a background customization card on the character to Marvel. So the character would be only a drop-in. After all, background cards can only be used at the moment of the summon. So I can't summon someone and leave him, her here to dominate this world or something like that. But I have some summons that don't need a background. I pull the card from the inventory. So many steps that need to be done. I hope to gain a remote control function soon. Summon.no background. And no gender bend. Without further ado, the card becomes motes of light and slowly forms a huge figure in my front. Hey, you're cool. I smile at him, woof. Overgrown rover relationship loyalty, 0 out of 10, assimilation, empty. The huge dragon-level threat monster dog from the One Punch Man world is in my front. He has black fur and 6 ruby-colored eyes that glow slightly in this dim place. Sit. I command and he obeys. Can you get smaller? In the webcomic you can. And he also obeys. Convenient. Then I can't resist. I'm a dog person after all. Who is a good mass destruction weapon? You are. I rub his neck and he rolls over excitedly, presenting his belly. Obviously, I need to rub his belly too. Good boy, ding. Relationship loyalty, 10/10, hen dogs, right? With a mental nudge of my technopathy, the whole facility lights up and starts for real. Sorry for the wait, Kona. Must have been suffocating. I say while feeling her connecting with the building. The low technological level of this world suppress her. For some reason, she sighs even without a real body, a little. Thankfully, I'm connected with your senses, master. She says. I hum in agreement. This world is really strange, especially the Grand Line. Radio waves can't travel far. I remove something from my pocket, a den mushi. I acquired one when I stopped on an island. A hologram of Cortana's torso appears on the armrest of the central chair. I go sit there while holding the little snail. A strange animal. She comments, indeed. It appears that their whole species, the ones used as telephones really, are connected in a hive mind. The telepathic waves can travel in this crazy atmosphere. I say, and every one of them has a unique frequency. Hence people can call each other. Really interesting. An animal that works as a phone. It almost looks like it's artificially made. Cortana says, yeah. Will you add this world species to the Noah's Ark? Cortana asks while she adjusts the lab. It's a good idea. Project Neo Noah's Ark is a little something that I thought of some time ago. The name gives away what it's about. It's just me taking samples of every species of animal and plant on Earth and keeping them safe on a moon-shaped satellite somewhere in the solar system. And on my inventory too. In the case of Earth's destruction, not only animals and plants. Keep records of our history, copies of books, arts, and many other things. Basically downloaded everything on the internet. There's a lot of porn there, by the way. But I need to protect the R34 art. Who knows, right? Maybe Earth will explode like Krypton. But seeing that I can travel to other universes, maybe is not a bad idea to create branches of this project and collect samples of the many species in other worlds. Maybe one day I will make a mega world with them. I will make this a side quest. I decided I have Or's junior ancient giant blood. And there are a lot of other interesting species here. Zanesha. Three-eyed people. Heck, even the plants here may hold the cure to diseases of my world. I will visit Drum Island, Chopper's home kingdom, later and learn their knowledge. I recline on my chair, caressing Rover's head, and sigh, I fucking need some biokinetic powers. If power manipulation can help me with powers, biokinesis will make me capable of acquiring race physiologies. It's important to a certain project of mine. Overhaul, cell activation, and other powers are holding on, but they can't be compared with real biokinesis. Joshua Foley, Elixir, Panacea, Alex Mercer, Kerrigan. If I couplet them with rogue powers and an Osmosian physiology. I wanted their power. I need it. Damn, my power hunger is showing again. If I don't gain any of them on the gacha and Elixir doesn't awaken till the end of the year, I will visit Wormverse. I say making plans. What you gon' do with us? A filthy man shouts while he and 20 other people are thrown unceremoniously into a white room by me. By the attire, it's obvious that they're pirates. 23 males and 6 females. I doubt that you guys would understand even if I explain. I say while observing them squirm nervously from a glass wall with a high point of view, but you all are guinea pigs. I will poke you guys with needles and stuff like that. I say lightly while pressing a button on the wall. The ceiling of the white room opens, and water starts showering on the prisoners at high pressure. They shout in protest, annoyed by the water before noticing something weird. Kaya! My clothes! A woman crouches down to hide her body when she notices her clothes falling apart. Don't worry, this liquid only compromises the integrity of clothes. And your hair a little. I explain to them. I look at them without pity even while curses fly from the mouths of these guys. I could have gone away and not listened to anything, but I wanted to be there. You monster! You can't do that. The leader of this group shouts at me, I would feel bad if I didn't see you guys pillaging a small town, and you craving your sword in a 3-year-old boy that was throwing small rocks at you to defend his mother and sister from being raped. I say emotionless. My eyes should be very scary, because I can see all of them flinching while looking at me. Not even caring about their modesty. You're all cattle now. I say. Then some start to cry, some start to beg. All sorts of pathetic actions. Pride is the first thing discarded in these situations. This is giving me concentration camp vibes. I comment in distaste while the sleeping gas axe and my Shadowcon take the prisoners away. That's fucked up in some way. I'm really evil, huh? I comment to myself. If take out the context and other nuances, there's no difference between what I'm doing to what horrible villains do. The only thing I can say in my defense is that everything is relative, and every case is a different case. I do not think you're that bad, Master. Cortana says to me, I think you have a too low opinion of yourself. She wouldn't understand. But even so, Cortana, you are probably the one that is closer to understanding me. We share a lot. And maybe you're the one I trust the most. I say seriously, but even you can't privy in the deepest and darkest corners of my mind. It's not like I enjoy being a ball of angsty. It's just some important self-reflection that I need to do from time to time. Only I know that I can stoop very low. And this can be dangerous. It can't be that bad. She tries to comfort me. I give her a look before opening my mouth again. Once I thought in capturing some thousands of people like that and throwing them in an empty world or universe. I would modify their brain and minds so that only their animalistic instincts remain. Giving them powers and letting them breed like cattle so that I can harvest the new, more complex, and stronger powers of their offspring. I say with a deadpan face. Now I can feel that she is shocked. All right, I understand what you're talking about now. Despite myself, I release a chuckle. It's on the Black Archives, the plan if you want to check. I would even transform some people and mindless cyborgs with limited versions of power manipulation so that they can harvest the powers for me and keep them in check. Like shepherds. I shake my head, talking it out loud. The absurdity becomes even more evident. In the end, I didn't go forward with it for many reasons, but morals and ethics are on the end of the line of these reasons. I confess, it's more like a lack of fail-safes in case of something going bad. I'm paranoid after all. Cortana keeps her silence for a time before talking again. Well, the fact that you can police yourself is a good sign. You're better than these one-dimensional villains. That's the thing. I need to police myself like that. A good person wouldn't even have these thoughts. A true hero like Spider-Man, Superman, All Might, and others would do, and be, good naturally. I need to put a conscious effort for God's sake. For the basics. I release a sigh after I notice my voice gaining some heat. Comparison is the thief of joy. It's what she says after a pause. Even she is imitating me in quoting people. Yeah, I know. But it's good to admire some people's traits and aim to surpass them. I say, and relax. I'm learning to like my evil side. She looks at me confused. During this trip, in truth since some time ago, I reached the conclusion that being a little evil is essential to living a good life. My talk with Blackbeard, experiencing Tsuru's power. It helped me get on terms with it a little. I continue my explanation. It's obvious, but a true good person suffers. I declare, if Peter was a little more Bully Maguire, things would go better for him. You would be surprised how much your life could go better if you act a little like an asshole. My Brazilian grandfather said that a man needs to have some malice. To not be taken advantage and take advantage. I can impact a lot of people in good and bad ways. But I don't want to sacrifice my own happiness doing that. I can go cracked and help people 24/7, don't sleep, have no social life. But that would be bad for me. And I can prioritize myself, go around stealing the powers that I want, antagonizing everyone to achieve my goals. That would be bad for the world. I can't be on the extremes of prioritizing one over the another. There's a thin line that's between the two. I say, I just need to keep an eye open to not go too far. In any of the sides. That's my path. Some days passed, and my other bodies were copying devil fruit powers out of the grand line, mapping the world and training Law. Beyond helping Law, he is also an interesting subject to see if this crazy training method is effective. Law's hellish training, Ga. Law coughs blood when Hector's arm goes through his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Hector then unceremoniously takes off his arm and the hole in Law's chest closes. Huff. Law pants loudly while clutching his chest, but he has no time to rest. Law's eyes widen. He moves a little out of the way, dodging to the side, but not enough. Hector appeared behind him and chops him down, his arm going through his shoulder till his navel. Dead again. But at least you saw this coming a little. Hector says lightly before removing his arm again. The huge wound closes like it never happened. And this is only him training observation hockey. Back to Hector in his lab first-person POV. Well, you can't say that he doesn't have willpower. He didn't complain one time. It's fun training people. Now back to my work. I look at the huge medical capsule in front. I check the vitals of the body inside and nod to myself, good enough. Using gold experience really accelerates the process. But with Bonnie's devil fruit will be even faster. I comment, open the capsule Cortana. I order the golden liquid of the capsule is drained. The capsule moves from its vertical position to a horizontal one, and the body inside is deposited in front of me on a table by robotic arms. Hello, handsome. I say to myself. Yes, myself. This is my clone. A brain-dead clone of mine to be exact. Alive but soulless. I remove the oxygen mask on his face and check him again. Yep, a perfect clone. The only problem. He is completely normal. No powers, no mutations, nothing. This is me if I never had the essence. I even removed his metagene. I look at his body. This is a very fit for me if I never had the essence. The body is at peak human performance at least. This will be a game changer. I say before taking an item from inventory, the stone mask from JoJo. I put on my clone face, and make a small cut on my palm before smearing the mask with my blood. Kachik as expected, spikes protrude from the mask immediately and stab my clone's skull. The body jerks a little on the table before going still. I check the vitals on the machines. All normal. I remove the stone mask and put it on my inventory again. Moving the lips away with my finger, I see the fangs of my now vampire clone. Good. I say again and take a step back. And then I propel my soul out of my body. Dark Danny power. It's not my complete soul, I notice, but is enough to possess a weak-willed target. My own soulless clone then. I delve into him without a problem. I blink. I'm staring at the ceiling. Yes. This is not my body. What is? But not exactly. My senses are different. It's weird to not have that many powers. I sit on the steel bed. I looked at my side and saw my true body resting with his eyes closed. I can feel the connection still. Your soul is inhabiting a new body. Do you want to transfer the character assimilations to this new body? OBS, the assimilation process will restart. You will lose the assimilation progression in any other body. Interesting. I click, no. I will look into it in more detail in the future. But apparently, if my body was completely destroyed with only my soul surviving, I could recreate my body again. It's like a game, continue, but losing my progress. I'm playing a soul's game. I have broke devil fruit power too. Hell, I will not die even if I am killed. How are you feeling, master? Cortana hologram appears and looks at me worriedly, weak. I say and hop off the metal bed. So weak. My legs are wobbling a little. I'm not used to this body. It will take time to get used to it. I say, but it's a success. Cortana smiles, yes. Now I can create other personas without a problem. I say I then move my arm and make some tests. Hockey covers my arm without a problem. So even if I lose my physical powers, I keep my spiritual ones. Well, when Sanji changed bodies with Nami, he could have used hockey. This is good too. The last test. Light up. I say, Cortana, are you sure, master? She asks unsure, go for it. Full force. I say and prepare myself. A wall opens and a robotic arm moves close to me. In its edge, a UV lantern. Starting. Cortana warns me. The next second, the UV lights hit my full body. Immense pain. To my credit, I didn't scream even while my body was disintegrated. Master! Master! I open my arms again. I'm back to my body. I'm okay. I say, a little out of it by the death experience, but otherwise completely fine. I can hear Cortana sighing in relief while I check my body and spirit. Yep, no damage to my spirit or soul. My stand, hockey, magic. All of it is working at 100%. Yon's soul anchoring works just fine. Hey. Ha. I allow myself to have a full-blown laugh. I'm becoming even more of a monster. Time for some training. I sat down in the training room. I acquired too many powers recently and didn't test them appropriately. For the first time in a long time, my control is lacking. I always had flawless control over my body and powers. So good that even if I gained a new power, would not impact me too much and I would be capable of using said power expertly right away. But right now, it slipped. Time to fix that. My projects are moving nicely. I had a lot of blank slate bodies ready to receive a certain set of powers and become another persona. Now I can make a street-level anti-hero person without a problem. I can also create bodies of different races. I still had Thor blood. I will not clone him, but maybe I can make Aesir, Hector, and see how it goes. Put different builds of powers in different bodies. And there's no need for the body to look like me. Right now, in the capsules, there are bodies with different power sets being developed. A Spider-Man, a ninja that with luck will have Mokutan, after I try to isolate the Senju genes of Tsunade. Trying to force atavism, a totally normal human body but having the Hanma bloodline and developed by the Hercules method of Luther Strode. And this is only the beginning. Even without the essence, I will create the ultimate life form. One day, Kars from JoJo, Cell from Dragon Ball, Murum from Hunter x Hunter. I will have all. I will start small. I didn't choose the One Piece world casually and only to have fun. I chose this world because it's full of strong races too. A Lunarian, Hector, can be cool too. I really fucking need biokinesis. Well, let's forget about physiologies for now and focus on powers. I close my eyes to take a look at my inner world. As always, I can see the huge pillar of light on the horizon. The sky is full of stars, in different shapes, sizes, and colors. Each one represents a power. My focus is on the new additions. The many stand powers and the many devil fruits powers. I will revise each one of them thoroughly and, a certain star attracts my attention. I willed so, and a purple star floats to my front. Why the Gomu Gomu no Mi is so big? And is pulsing strangely. Every power has different characteristics that only a power manipulator like me could tell. It's a feeling, you know? The taste, how it shines, how it feels when I touch it. I can say the category of a power this way. The disgustingly slimy feeling of the master powers, the strong way that brute powers perpetually shine in others. This rubber power is weird. It's pulsing like it's a purple egg and there's a living thing inside, ready to burst out. I can hear it heartbeat. I saw powers like that. I look around, most of the transformation powers are like that. With the feeling of something alive. Beast Boy's animal transformation, Zoan devil fruits and animal mutations in Marvel and Hero Academia. So Luffy really has a hidden trump card. I inspect the Gomu Gomu no Mi powers, but it's like it has some lock on it. There are conditions to activation. Like Nen. This feeling is a little similar to. I pull a golden star to my hand. Sengoku Buddha devil fruit. I pull an azure flame too. The Gomu Gomu no Mi gives the same vibe of the Buddha and the Phoenix powers. It's a fucking mythical Zoan. Oda kept this a secret for all this time? I sent Sengoku and Marco's power to the sky again and kept holding Luffy's power. A mythical Zoan, huh? The worst part is that makes sense. Luffy rubber power doesn't work like how rubber or elastic power should work. Anyone with a little knowledge of physics must understand that Luffy throwing his arm back to punch forward is useless. If in a line, someone made of rubber is at point 0, and throws his arm to the point -10 to hit the point +10, it will not add any force doing that. When the arm passes by the point 0 will lose any momentum again. That's why Elastigirl and Reed only punch forward. Without Luffy's theatrics. I always ignored it, attributing that to Oda's lack of knowledge and because it's cool. But Luffy's power is never rubber. So it should be some sort of body transformation from the mythical Zoan. And I have a guess of what type of mythical Zoan is. Would be cool if is the Hito Hito no Mi model, Sun Wukong everything would make sense. His body stretches like the staff of Sun Wukong. The Gear 4th is like animal transformations. Snake Min Kong. Sun Wukong can transform himself. Monkey D. Luffy. Oda also was a fan of Dragon Ball. The clear similarities with Goku. Sun Wukong was sealed by Buddha's 5 fingers. 5 elders suppressing the world. He made a journey around the world. The more I think about it, the more makes sense. And damn, that would be cool. Sun Wukong in all media is a menace. There's a Sun Wukong in Marvel? Should be scary. I stop guessing and focus on the power in my hands. It should reach its potential in an awakening. But my power manipulation allows me to notice that there are conditions to it. And if I force, I can force, by the way, would be a loss and maybe the power will not work properly. What is the condition? The anime cliché says that should be a moment of pure rage. It's a classic. Luffy's rage should be a cool moment to watch. So let it be. It's like mine in power. I can't force it. If I really need it in the future, it should awaken on its own. No problem. I allow the purple power to go back to its place on the night sky. Now I need to focus. There's a little problem with Devil Fruit's powers. The curses, the limitations. Weakness to the sea stone and the limitation to only one person. It's not a problem for me. My stronger-than-most body and soul, coupled with power manipulation, allows me to bypass these restrictions. But the same can't be said about others, about my subordinates. So now, time for some modifications. My power manipulation, can do much more than steal, copy, and give powers. I can modify it to a certain extent and cultivate these powers. As an example is Bakugu's explosion quirk. It was fairly easy for me to modify a little so that the explosions could be emitted by the sole of my feet too. The idea that I will apply now came when I compared Devil Fruit's powers with quirks. Quirks are basic. Most of them are very unidirectional power. Todoroki and Kaminari can create their respective elements, but only that. They can't control it. Let's use Ace's fire fruit as an example. If I would dissect, the power would be like that. Fire fruit, fire generation, fire control, fire immunity, fire body transformation, fire constructs, weakness to the sea, weakness to sea stone, one power limitation that would be a very simplified version. Any of these could be a quirk on its own. So I would break this power, unravel it in smaller powers. Like quirks. Remove the weakness and the one devil fruit limitation. That's more of a curse, by the way, and reassemble it. If I accomplish it, I will finally be capable of fusion powers of the same type. Till now, I was just using them together. This is an increase in quality. I could stack Jean's, Emma's, Xavier's, and many other people's telepathy and create an even stronger power. It's possible because every telepathy has a certain frequency and signature. I can't stack 2 genes to double the power that easily. I could isolate the power, weakness to the sea, and curse people by giving to them. Imagining myself giving it to Namor makes me chuckle. Now, time to put in some work. I already made many repeated copies of the devil fruits because I can predict that I will destroy a lot of them practicing. This will be an arduous process. But what I don't do for my cute subordinates, right? Marine headquarters. So Big Mom finally made her move? Garp asks Sengoku. Her children did, but they wouldn't move without her orders. Sengoku massages the bridge of his nose. How it is going? Garps asks while eating. The Whitebeard pirates are still fending off their attacks. But Big Mom hasn't made a move personally yet. If she did, Sengoku says, they have no chance unless. Garp trails off. The devil steps in. Sengoku groans, we are seeing the beginning of a second war like Marineford. And I don't know if the world is ready yet. Ahoy Hector is smart enough to figure out some things about the Gomu Gomu no Mi, too bad he lacks knowledge. He is wrong in 2 things. It's not Sun Wukong, but an inside world myth and it does not need a rage moment. Too bad. Meta knowledge is such a cheat. If the last chapters there are a lot about the world around Hector, you guys can notice a certain lack of his POVs. Now this chapter we focused on his progress. The multiple body is a big thing and his increased mastery with power manipulation too. I believe this chapter can be enjoyed even if you don't watch One Piece. I will not say much more, there will be even more growth on his means and character on this arc till next time. World of Pirates, Part 05 Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I think self-discovery is the greatest achievement in life, because once you discover yourself and accept what you are, then you can fulfill your true potential and be happy. Marco Pierre White. Recap. In the last chapter Hector continues to travel and have a little fun in the One Piece while collecting powers. He finally creates a base to research and starts his project of creating multiple bodies and personas. And decided to work with power manipulation to recreate the devil fruit powers in more convenient tools to his plans. Arg. I give up. I say, falling on my back from my sitting position on the ground. My arms outstretched to each side while I look at the ceiling. Huff, I rub my eyebrows and my hand comes back a little wet. It has been a long time since I didn't sweat. Rover, who was at my side, turns to me in askance and puts his head on my belly. My hand goes to scratch behind his ear. I'm not really giving up, but I think I reached the limit of what I can do now. I'm almost succeeding in disassembling the devil fruit's powers. But when I'm on the final step, puff, everything turns to nothingness. I already lost 86 of the copies that I created to do that. I only have 12 more. I feel that I can do that. You know the feeling when there's a boss on a game that you die a lot? but you have a good feeling and know that next time will be a success? Yep, like that. I'm losing on the details. And I know the reason. I need to fuse again. I say, looking at the ceiling. I'm currently divided into 4, thanks to Dark Danny's ghostly biofission. Right now, I'm only with 50% of my original performance. 50% of my mental power, 50% of my concentration, 50% of my dexterity. During all those 86 tries, I believe I discovered the recipe/path to disassemble. Already reverse-engineered the whole thing. It was like the last time when I started to create nerfed versions of strong powers. I know I can do it now. But I need to fuse again. Or use power boost cars on my power manipulation. But nah, let's stretch to the limit before using power boost cards again. Maximize growth efficiency. The thing is that my other bodies are doing important things now. And disassembling dozens of devil fruits powers will take time. I slowly stand up from the ground. Rover stands up with me. Well, I can go practice some magic while my other bodies don't arrive. I say to myself while start walking away. I slowly turn around to watch Rover following me. I stop and he stops too. His head tilted to look up at me. I start walking again and he starts following me again. Keeping up with my speed. I stop one more time and he stops too. Question mark. He looks at me confused. I can't resist. In an instant I lowered myself exactly 0.2 centimeters, threatening to run away at high speed. My sudden movement triggers something in the dog. He lowers himself too and starts to run, but he can't get out of the place because of the slippery ground and inertia. His paws and nails make a tack-tack sound on the ground while he makes a good impression of how people run in their dreams. Then, the inertia can't stop him anymore. With a swoosh he zooms away from me, moving dozens of meters in an instant. At some point he must have noticed that I'm not running behind him because he pauses and tries to turn back, but inertia makes him keep going and he makes a drift and comes back at high speed again. But he doesn't stop, he passes by me at high speed and some dozens of meters away he repeats the drift. This is gonna take a while if I leave him alone. Okay. I moved fast and caught him by the sides when he was going to pass by me again. His legs kick the air like he is still running. Be careful when you catch the zoom eyes, you concentrated calamity in a fur ball. I put him over my shoulders while he pants with his tongue out of his mouth. Walking him in the future will be a challenge. I will pass this responsibility to Cassandra. At this moment, a piece of information arrives in my mind. One of my other bodies becomes aware of a little dispute between the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom. I can feel a grin being formed on my face. Change of plans, we can do abracadabra later. Let's go throw some hands, Rover. I say, woof asterisk, he answers animatedly. His eyes glowing eerily, his teeth bare to the world. It's remember me of that Pitbull meme. Maybe I should change your name to Cupcake. Or Princess. I joke, just don't eat the children in the park. Why, he makes a pitiful sound. Third-person POV. Beyond the main Hector, that was in the lab on the sky, the other 3 bodies are around the world. 2 of them are covering the huge area of the 4 seas, 1 in each hemisphere. The lack of knowledge about the other oceans beyond the East Blue, the hard connection between countries in this world full of islands, makes it easy for him to overlook something. And he doesn't want to miss a secretly overpowered devil fruit that maybe was eaten by a goon-level pirate, for example. I hope we are on the same page, my dear. One of Hector's bodies smiles, gently, at a somewhat beautiful woman with colorful hair. He is on the North Blue, in an underground auction place, holding the woman in charge by the neck. It's not a coincidence that he stopped here. When he was flying over he saw a smiley face with a line cutting it on a wall. The symbol of the Joker, Doflamingo's underworld broker persona. It's expected that the guy has an incredible criminal network around the world. Hector is here to spare some effort. The woman looks at Hector in fear. She recognizes him from the newspapers and the wanted posters. Hi wife, yes. I will do it. PL please don't kill me. The woman nods like a chicken and says with a shaky voice. Good girl. Hector says slowly while entering the woman's mind and stealing information, noticing that the woman also plans to contact Doflamingo about what is happening now. Hector's eyes narrow. I just need you to inform me of anything related to devil fruits and devil fruits users, don't matter how small. Hector releases the woman on the ground. I will do it. No problem. Good. But as a token of your sincerity. Hector lowers himself and his hand goes to the woman's chest. His fingers start to sink on the woman before he slowly pulls. The woman can clearly see how Hector takes off her still beating heart from her chest. The criminal face falls even further, and her mind almost breaks from the scene. Arg! Hector gives the heart a squeeze, making the woman wince in pain. You know to whom your life belongs, right? He stares at the woman dead in the eye. Once again the woman nods fast, her hand over her chest, above the hole of her heart that already disappeared. What bullshit ability? Hector thinks. That will be everything, sir? The woman asks fearfully, but trying to act seductively. Her experience tells that men tend to be merciful to the woman that belongs to them. There's anything more I can do for you? She tries to stick her big chest out. To flaunt her asserts Hector squeezes her heart again without pity. Arg. She bends over in pain. Is your name Robin, Vivi, or Yamato? Then don't try to make a fool of me. Hector says in a cold tone. She nods again and doesn't dare to open her mouth. 3 months of you giving me information and I will give your heart back. If I dream that our talk here has leaked. Hector squeezes the heart again to punctuate how serious he is. The woman winces again and understands the message. Don't worry, I just want the information. It's not like I'm asking for money. No one will know if you don't tell. Hector smiles good-naturedly and gives the woman a pat on her shoulder. Work hard. He disappears, already flying to the other bases of the Doflamingo underworld criminal empire. After I take their information to myself, I will fuse again. He thinks before accelerating. On a certain deserted island, such overpowered fruit. In your hands. Another Hector sighs while he crouches down on the rails of a pirate ship. Everyone, including the captain, is passed out after a blast of his haki. Hector jumps and walks to the fallen devil fruit user. He doesn't even lower himself to copy the power, making Mr. Blue Sky do it for him. The slow fruit will make me invincible against brutes. Hector comments, looking down at the waste of such good fruit, Foxy. The Noro no me, slow fruit. It's one of the many devil fruits on Hector's list of underrated devil fruits that he needs to remember himself to go after. There are a lot of devil fruit powers that wouldn't be the first option to anyone, like the slow fruit, but now that Hector can have all. There's Alvida slip fruit too. Will make me even more invincible against brutes. I let Buggy go away last time, didn't even copy his powers so that he can meet Alvida and the rest of his crew without an intervention of some butterfly effect, so that I can get Alvida's fruit without a problem. Hector says to himself while he checks his list on his mind. With a finger pressed on his temple, he starts floating away, flying over the deserted island, while choosing his next step. That mirror and book fruit are interesting too. But the users are Big Mom's children, so I can take later all at once. Viola's fruit too. But it's the same thing, I can go there when I decide to deal with Doflamingo. There's that door fruit of Blueno. Maybe I should go for the ex-Baroque works and non-important marines now at HM? He plans before something attracts his attention. This Hector is the one tasked with going after people who appeared in canon, especially in the first part of the Grand Line. He is moving from one place to another without stopping and investigating every nook and cranny. But now something made him stop. The sky poison pearl is shining. Because he is acting mostly on the first part of the Grand Line, he is bound to find all types of animals, materials, and plants. So this Hector is collecting them and putting them in the safe environment of the sky poison pearl. Hector never expected that a forgotten feature of the sky poison pearl would show itself now. The pearl can locate and inform the user of any high-quality plant nearby. This was used one time by the main character of Against the Gods to find a rare herb. But it never happened with Hector. He is not in a cultivation world. It's not like he will find precious plants and herbs in New York. But now the pearl is flashing in a green light and directing him to the island. Below him. Could be? Hector eyes the light carefully. A thought passed through his mind. In this world, There's a type of plant of great importance. The devil fruits. In the next instant, Hector's and assaults the entire island. His aura scans the whole place, feeling everything. And there it is. Hector teleports and appears under a tree. His eyes move to the strange fruit resting between the roots of the tree. The tree fruits appear to be some sort of orange. The devil fruit is much bigger than a normal orange. Must be the reason that it is on the ground. When the normal orange turned into the devil fruit, its weight made it fall. Beyond being 3 times bigger than a normal orange, it has strange patterns and is brown. Hector grabs it and inspects it. No clue. He can't identify this fruit. It's very unassuming, isn't like some fruits that easily can tell that give fire powers or something like that. Hector puts the fruit away and looks at his left hand. The pearl finally stops flashing in a green light. Convenient synergy. As expected from the essence. He comments, impressed. He mistakenly assumed that only cultivation resources would be registered by the pearl ability. Well, I will not complain. Let's invade some marine base and steal a devil fruit encyclopedia. He says before flying away at high speed. In another part of the Grand Line, where the fuck is this place? Another Hector shouts to the sky, stopping his flight, his frustration apparent by the release of powers, making even the clouds be dispersed some kilometers away. If the other people from the movies like Douglas Bullet and Burndy World exist here, then there's no reason for the rest to not exist too. He exclaims he found these people on Impel Down, these guys that are the main antagonists of some One Piece movies, but now he is not finding another antagonist, Guild Tesoro and his casino. Could be only semi-canon characters? There's a distinction to that. He sighs and starts to think. He wants the devil fruits that appeared in that movie, especially the one that steals luck, even if he feels that will not be as useful as he thinks to the gacha. I should have watched that movie. How did the Straw Hats end up in that casino? He flies away. He doesn't know the plot of the movie. He only knows about it because one day he was scrolling through the non-canon Devil Fruits page of the One Piece wiki after reading a fanfic that featured some movie characters. It's like Thriller Bark? A casino shipsilant. He decided to use the Doflamingo network to confirm if the casino exists here in this world. But suddenly he feels something with his senses. Another sky island? Whatever, let's stop by. He changes course and moves to where he is feeling the presence of a lot of living beings in the sky. When he arrives at the place, he is surprised yet again. It's not a sky island. It's a floating island. There's a difference. He frowns, his senses scanning the place, and suddenly he busts on laughs. I was looking for gold and I found float. He exclaims before breaking the sound barrier and going directly at his target. Shiki, the golden lion. This world timeline is all messed up. Fillers, right? He shouts to announce his presence to his opponent, before starting the duel that he knows that he is gonna win. The man already felt him because of his haki. Haki that Shiki never used in the movie, even if he should have had. Only because he appeared pre-time skip. The famous case of suffering a nerf from appearing too early. Like Crocodile. Hence, Hector's exclamation. Luffy shouldn't have met this guy in this world. His story would end at that moment. Now Hector has a clue to discover how the movies impact this world. New World. There's a small war happening in a certain archipelago between the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. An azure flame zooms from high in the sky. Marco appears amidst the flames and kicks Charlotte Snack directly in the face. One of Big Mom's sweet commanders was defeated just like that, being sent flying through the battlefield. The battlefield in question is incredibly chaotic. Not on the level of Marineford, but on each small island of this archipelago is the stage of a big battle. Skirmishes between low-level members of each crew also happen everywhere, on the beach, on decks of ships, and in minor stretches of land. Marco pants slightly after defeating one of the sweet commanders. He surveys the battlefield, checking the important duels happening. But he doesn't have time to help others because he was not fighting only against Snack. If not, he wouldn't be this tired against someone on this level. Officers like Daifuku and others are also ganging up against the actual strongest of the Whitebeard pirates. All over the other archipelagos, the high-level pirates clash too. The swordsman Vista against another sweet commander, Charlotte Smoothie. Diamond Juzo against Cracker in a duel of durability. Ace against Oven, in a heated battle. And many others. Ace shouts while his fire-clad fist meets Oven's heated one. The clash creates a huge shockwave, the air distorts because of the heat, and no one can get closer. But Ace follows with another punch in the gut while Oven is recovering. In the end, his devil fruit and fighting abilities are superior. This last attack makes Oven stumble on his feet and fall to his knees. Ace doesn't waste time and moves around to help another someone. After all, they're fighting to defend Whitebeard's territory and legacy. The small war continues for hours and hours, and with time it becomes clear that the Whitebeard pirates' side is achieving victory. Till they hear a lullaby. Some pause to look where the song was coming from, but the more experienced ones immediately identified the source. Ship, ship, ship. At a distance, a huge ship slowly approaches them. The ship is the one singing. It's alive because the ship is the Queen Mama Chanter, Big Mom's personal ship and a homie created by her powers. This could be Badua. Marco frowns while trying to check who is on board the ship. That ship only moves when Big Mom orders and few can ride it. In the worst-case scenario, Mama, Newgate's little runts are very loyal, huh? The worst-case scenario happens. The iconic laugh is the prelude to the appearance of the woman herself. Big Mom slowly walks to the bow of the ship, her huge figure easily recognized by her pink dress and characteristic pirate hat, Cloud, and Sun, all alive and talking with her. Her simple appearance is enough to demoralize a good part of the Whitebeard pirates. Pero, this is a good opportunity, we can end the Whitebeard pirates right now. Perispero comments on Big Mom's side. So not only her came, but another good fighter too. Luckily, it appears that Katakuri was left behind to protect her territory. At least one saving grace. With a show of unexpected agility, considering her huge body, Big Mom leaps from her ship and lands on a small island. Dozens of meters away. Her homies followed closely behind. She lands together with a blast of Conqueror's haki. The pressure and shockwave are enough to filter the weak fighters. Marco himself hurried to meet and stop her. Big Mom, he says seriously, going back to his human form. Marco, Mama, what about you all stop resisting and become part of my crew? I also treat everyone like my sons. She says with a smile. Marco sweats slightly by the pressure, but he doesn't back down. I think I will have to refuse and ask you to leave Oyaji territory. Mama. Big Mom laughs uproariously. Newgate is dead. The world is for the living. With this, she didn't try to talk anymore. Who is she? She is Big Mom, the strongest woman pirate in the world. She takes what she wants. People need to accommodate to her whims. She pulls her arm and punches Marco suddenly. To stop this attack, Marco turns on his phoenix form and meets it head-on like an azure laser. Boom! The shockwaves spread through the battlefield. They compete in strength, seemingly like in equal foot. Mama! Big Mom laughs causally before putting in more strength and finally overwhelming Marco. Marco flies away a little, his phoenix form lacking one wing and a claw. He stabilizes himself and coughs, before the missing limbs slowly start to grow again. Marco! Some of the members of the Whitebeard pirates shout at their division commander. I really don't want to kill you, Marco. Big Mom says while walking toward him. Big Mom still wants to recruit the user of the rare mythical Zoan, but her words are stopped when another flash of light enters her vision. She puts her arm covered with armament haki in front of her face to stop the attack. After enduring the barrage for a while, she opens her arm to dispel the fire. Yes, Ace stops the attack and moves close to Marco using his fruit powers. Are you okay, Marco? I think we need to retreat. Marco says, looking extremely tired. He fought a lot of opponents and recovering from an attack on Big Mom took a lot of his stamina. We can't. Ace says, not from simple stubbornness. In this situation, they can't retreat without leaving things behind. The territory, their people, crew. That is not a sacrifice that he likes to do. Well, if isn't Roger's brat? Just by looking at you, I'm getting angry. Big Mom says, her eyes glowing dangerously. I only have one father. Whitebeard. Ace shouts before attacking again with a fire fist. Mama, your year's too early, boy. Even your father avoided fighting me when he cowardly sneaked to steal my road poneglyph. Big Mom says with equal parts amusement and resentment. Amusement in seeing Ace's futile efforts and resentment for Roger getting the better of her. She slaps Ace's attack away and punches him. The attack hits him squarely on the chest, nailing him to the ground. Big Mom is rarely a merciful person. She raises her foot to step on Ace. But she stopped her actions by suddenly looking up. Someone is coming. She says, eyeing the cloudy sky. A red light shines far away, like a star. Her eyes widen in surprise and she puts her arms across her chest, barely fast enough to stop the attack that hit her. A ball of energy, almost as big as her, hits her arms covered in armament hockey. The impact doesn't hurt her much, but it sends her sliding away a dozen meters and she needs to put a lot of effort into deflecting it away. Oi Ace, why do you always end up fighting people out of your league? A male voice asks beside the fallen fire user, don't you know that you're living through extra time and without plot armor? Hector appears with a TSK and kicks Ace, but restoring him with crazy diamond powers. Hector in casual clothes is now standing between Big Mom and Ace. Rover is in his giant size a few feet away behind him. He came riding the huge monster dog that now has airwalk. He was inspired by those cultivation novels where people have mounts and all that. Oh, if isn't the newest sensation? The problem child of the so-called worst generation. Big Mom says, eyeing Hector up and down. In this world, instead of Blackbeard being the 12th member of the worst generation, Hector took his place, with the rest of his crew completing 15 members. And his ridiculous feats only cemented this group of pirates as the worst and most dangerous rookies in history. And you must be Big Mom. Hector says in the same tone that she used, Mama, aren't you a cute pie? She says, looking down on him like a grandma would look at her grandchildren. But there's a hint of mockery behind her tone. Well, I pity that I can't say the same. You really let yourself go, huh? Hector shakes his head and kiss. Again, decadency and an unhealthy lifestyle really impact people's appearance in this world. He says with a smirk, oh, now looking closely, I'm noticing some similarities too. This annoying smile. Are you Roger's son too? 2 Roger's sons must be enough to quell my anger from years ago. She says dangerously, sorry, I'm not. But you can say that we are related slightly. Hector comments, and why all this anger, old hag? Don't you know that boiled resentment is bad for your health? Hector acts like a worried grandson, but with mockery in his tone too. That damned Roger stole my poneglyph, reached the last island, started this era full of runts like you're running around and died. She says in anger, Jigachad. Hector nods to himself, we are the ones that need to clean his mess. And that bastard doesn't have the balls to fight me head-on back then. She says with clenched fists, Hector rubs his chin with his index finger and thumb, that doesn't sound right. What boy? Him? Running from a fight? Don't sound like him. Hector says, but I know that he really sneaked to steal the red ponglai. Why didn't he defeat her? Just for fun. He thinks Hector looks around a little. The 2 strongest on this battlefield are talking casually like there's no war. Their presence alone stopped all fights, and that was only a small demonstration of the difference in level from Yonkos to all the rest. Then suddenly something clicked in Hector's mind. Maybe it's a part of Roger's memories and intentions, maybe is a theory that was made by his own mind, but when he looked around at all those children of Big Mom he asks, are you pregnant when Roger stole the poneglyph? Big Mom narrows her eyes hearing that question. Big Mom has 85 sons and daughters. In normal circumstances, this would make a total of almost 64 years only pregnant. Thankfully Big Mom had a lot of quintuplets, and maybe in this world and thanks to her strong constitution, her pregnancies maybe lasted much less than the normal 9 months, but even so, it's expected that she spent some good decades pregnant. So maybe, Roger avoided the fight because he didn't want to fight with a pregnant lady. Are you saying that he looked down on me just because I was carrying a child? But Big Mom doesn't like this new perspective, not even a little. She is an extremely prideful individual after all. Well, he was also dying. Maybe he doesn't want to waste some time of his life by getting hurt by you. He still needed to find Laugh Tale after all. Hector says with a shrug. That damn Roger. Big Mom's eyes turn red in anger. Conqueror's hockey shook the archipelago. Does he think that I'm like any other fragile woman? I would have killed him even while giving birth. Gross. Hector comments while looking at his nails disinterestedly. You really have his talent for getting under people's skin. I was ready to offer an alliance but you wouldn't accept, right boy? Big Mom turns to look down on Hector. You can't offer me anything that I can't simply take. He says casually. His eyes gain a predatory glint while he looks at Big Mom and her crew. Her fruit is on Hector's top 5 paramecias of priority to get. So it's clear what we're about to do. She starts saying and Napoleon, her pirate hat, jumps from her head and becomes a sword on her hand. Prometheus and Zeus also go into battle mode. How do you wish to die? She asks, trying to intimidate him, trying to use her devil fruit powers to take his soul away. But Hector is not afraid of her. Well, my second option would die with my head being crushed by a powerful woman's thighs. Hector says with a pensive and serious expression. His casual but serious reply makes some people look at him strangely. If you're younger, I wouldn't mind giving you the opportunity to try. He smiles roguishly at Big Mom. Pft, mama. Big Mom guffaws after getting shocked for a second, resting the blade of her sword on her shoulder. Aren't you charming? Mama. Every man riz with grandmas is out of the charts. Hector comments while passing his hand through his hair. He says with a laugh. The two laugh together for some time. Boom clanked up before Big Mom attacked him mercilessly with her sword. Obviously, Hector saw that coming seconds ago. Hai raises his arm and meets her attack with his left fist. The clash shook the whole battlefield. The sky was split in the characteristic way that only the ones in the top of this world can do when they fight each other. Sudden movements can be bad to your back, old hag. Hector smirks at her. Hector decides to give the woman so fright that some trolling is concocted on his mind. While blocking her sword with his left first, he raises his right hand and starts to use twice. Twice quirk allows the user to replicate anyone that he knows the measurements, and it's not limited to self-replication. Hector never used it in a real battle, but if he wants he can replicate other people. Like he is planning to do right now. Bring Roger and Whitebeard to one last stand to defend their children and legacy. To scare the shit out of Big Mom. To create a legend and a new layer of protection for the now Yonkoles crew. A deterrent against enemies. Now, a small explanation about the works of this seemingly overpowered quirk. The main reason that Hector doesn't use to clone people like the Hulk or Thor, it's that he wouldn't have any control over them. If don't use telepathy to brainwash the clones. It's also not that useful when cloning strong people. The clones have low durability and would not even resist their own powerful attacks. The mind of the user is also important in a certain way. Hector needs to always know the actualized measurements of the people that he will clone. If something happens with the person and Hector knows without details, or the person dies, Hector can't clone them. He can't clone people he knows are already dead. Flashback months before in the Hero Academia world. Hector finds himself sitting in his secret lab. His upper body was supported by his elbows resting on his knees, his palms turned upwards. His eyes are vacant while a seemingly infinite amount of the mud-like liquid of the quirk is emitted by his palms. The ground was already covered a hand deep in mud. I can't. He murmurs to himself while slowly clenching his fists. I can't because I know they're dead. He continues. He can't even pathetically recreate his own parents to a last goodbye with his power. He can't even lie to himself to have some seconds of comfort. To escape reality a little. He opens his right palm again, and this time he succeeds. He creates a perfect duplicate of Nana Shimura. Another duplicate of someone he knows who is dead. The implications run over his mind. Without giving the opportunity to the clone say anything, he destroys it with a swift motion of his hand. He looks at his hands again. That's fucked up. He sighs. Back to the present. That episode is one of the reasons that makes Hector always be careful in keeping in touch with reality. He unconsciously doesn't see the people that he meets as real people, but as characters. And all his powers. Everything he can do. Everything he knows because of the meta-knowledge. He's like a higher being. A reader. Did the character die in this chapter of the manga? Okay, if I read the previous chapter he will be alive again. That's the power of a reader. Every reader has the power to simply turn the page and make the character alive again in his mind. To him and at that time. There's a theory that if the One Above All and the Fulcrum are incarnations of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, the main creators of the characters of this multiverse Marvel. Maybe the Beyonders are the readers. They can do whatever they want with the comic in their hands. Colorize differently, tear apart, write whatever they want. Even fanfics. Create headcanons. Hector was like that. Maybe he still has this higher quality inherent in his being. Useful to bypass these mental blocks and limitations in using some powers. Powers that normally would be hard to people use because they're scared, or whatever reason, Hector can use them easily. The only limits are the ones that he puts on himself. Is Jean afraid of going all out and turning people on vegetables, and because of that she can't tap her full potential? Hector simply chooses to not do it. He can use her power better than her because of that. He is a special existence in his own right. But, did he like it? Seeing people as characters banalizes their existence and their value. He thinks it's too early. Some things are being taken away from him. Only because he is strong and special like that. A certain fear of never experiencing normal things brews in his heart and keeps him awake at night. One time he even thought by himself if he was incredibly lucky one day and gained something OP like a Dr. Manhattan card, he wouldn't assimilate it instantly, even if it was a dumb decision. The way these strong characters, that can see everything at once, go anywhere, go back in time, kill and reassemble people, run away from their mistakes by simply jumping from one reality to another. The way they think and see the world and people around them. It's not something he wants for himself. The growth in strength must be gradual. But he is afraid it is too late. Except that at this moment something happened that changed everything. Hector's eyes widen slowly while he looks at his right hand. It's not forming. He murmurs, shocked. He can't create the duplicates, he is paralyzed seeing his failure. You're distracted. Big Mom shouts, removing her sword from the standoff. Giving a step back, she pulls the sword back and prepares to cleave the still unmoving Hector in two with a horizontal slash. Ikoku sovereignty! Big Mom exclaims while swinging her sword at Hector. The attack creates an invisible wave of destruction that makes everything in its path disappear. Even Hector is nowhere to be seen. Hector! Ace shouts worriedly at the scene. Everyone thinks that the fight was decided like that. Did you get him? Big Mom hears Hector's voice ask beside her. She looks up to see Hector lying on his side on the flat of her sword. His hand above his eyes, to shield them from the sun, while he looks at the destruction caused by the attack. You. Big Mom starts but doesn't finish before Zeus tries to attack Hector with a bolt of lightning. Hector disappears again in a swift movement, reappearing in front of Big Mom again. A carefree smile on his lips. Haha. He simply can't contain his laugh. I'm so happy right now. He laughs at the sky. Big Mom looks at him strangely. I never thought that I would be happy having performance issues. That Rudius card is dangerous. He jokes to himself, making a reference only he knows. Are you crazy? Big Mom asks with a raised eyebrow. Hector, who was laughing while covering his eyes, stops and gives a long sigh. Rubbing his eyes to clear some tears, he turns to look at her. Sorry. It's just that. He chuckles again. It's not too late, Big Mom. There's still time for me. He shouts with his arms open to the world. She continues to look at him without understanding a thing. Whatever, you're not the first crazy bastard that I have to deal with in my life. She stops thinking too hard about it. I'm in such a good mood that I will not even kill you. He smiles at her bold words. She smirks at him. It's that so? Hector matches her smirk with a bigger one on his own. Then he slowly moves to make a certain stance. A very familiar stance to all the people present. He separates his feet in a horse stance. He brings his right hand above his left shoulder. Big Mom's eyes widen, and she prepares her sword. Marco and the other pirates of the Whitebeard crew's mouths fall. Is this for real? Their suspicions are confirmed when a semi-transparent sphere covers Hector's fist. Oyaji's power. Hector disappears from his spot. Before even Big Mom could put up a defense, Hector appeared close to her and side punches her midsection. Crack the air breaks where he punches, and white cracks spread around the two. The shockwave of this attack is unnaturally big. Cracks appear on the ground, the trees are pushed by the wind, and waves suddenly are raised from the sea. After the crash, Big Mom was sent flying, and blood was spilled from the orifices on her head. She hits the ground sometime later, creating a huge crater. Coughing up, she slowly starts standing up. When the wind blows the dust away, she looks up to see Hector floating above her. His two fists are covered by the semi-transparent spheres, signaling the tremor fruit. "Aren't you a durable old hag? Let me try some of my new powers on you." Hector smiles at her. Even Big Mom feels shivers looking at him now. Cortana, Eidolon beats an old lady with dementia. This would be a hot topic in our world, she says sarcastically. Hector almost stumbles on the air hearing her. This is why context is important. He argues. He moves his hand, still covered by the tremor powers, and claps one time in Big Mom direction. The moment the two semi-transparent spheres on his hand meet, a loud sound of breaking glass is heard throughout all the battlefield. Whitebeard never used his power like that. The clap creates a vacuum, the air being pushed in Big Mom's direction. The shockwave hits her like a mini-nuke. Boom. Hector observes his groundwork for some time. Disgustingly durable. He laughs while seeing that Big Mom is still alive. Hector looks up to see that Prometheus and Zeus moved around him in unison. The cloud and the sun prepare themselves for a huge attack. A super move? Hector asks casually. "I can create them on a whim too," he says before raising his hand. Another semi-transparent sphere appears above his hand. "Operation plus darkness," he slowly said. The semi-transparent sphere slowly becomes pitch black, then it expands to cover Hector and the two homies circling him. "Dark room." Hector's ominous voice is heard before he locks himself with Prometheus and Zeus. The pitch-black sphere floats in the air, no sound comes out of it, and is impossible to see the insides of the huge sphere. A second later, the dark room shrinks and disappears. Hector reappears for everyone to see, and people can see the last moments of the two homies. A wisp of cloud and a wisp of fire disappear together into nothingness. Big Mom clutches her chest in pain. "Prometheus! Zeus!" she shouts. "What did you do with them?" "Simply dispersed them. Or the word used should be erased." Hector comments seriously, "Nullifying your power separates your soul from them, making them a simple cloud and fire again." Hector's eyes change to the all-seeing eyes, and he looks at Big Mom. "Well, you lost a little of your soul, but not that much. You're taking it back slowly. I didn't destroy it." He comments, "You bastard." Big Mom shouts at him, "Look who is talking." Hector rolls his eyes. He drops in an axe kick at Big Mom's head, but she crosses her arms to defend herself. "Whoa, you are really durable. Very ridiculous, I would say." Hector comments before spinning to kick her away. Even if he is only at 50% of his power, Big Mom's durability is really incredible. "Are you really human?" he asks, pointing his finger at her. A piercing white light glows on the tip of his finger and he shoots it at her. The laser literally bounces off her body. "Ridiculous. Let's see the truth," Hector says, and his eyes change again to the all-seeing eyes of God. He analyzes Big Mom's body while casually fighting her, not going all out to not hurt the people nearby. Some sort of this world variant of the Hercules syndrome? There are muscles there and her metabolism is ridiculous. This would explain why she thinned out in her adult years, when she was more active, and grew fat again when she rarely gets in a fight nowadays. Continued eating the same amount but is not working out anymore. He thinks while dodging some earth-shattering, sky-spittling attacks. "Well, I need to end this. Big Mom's crew has a lot of devil fruits to copy," Hector murmurs before starting to attack. He meets her attack with his own, changing their course, moving closer before using a dragon claw grip on her forearm. Only one piece to make a fight with a morbidly obese old woman in a pink dress to be epic. He exclaims before he twists, The attack makes huge wounds appear all over Big Mom's arm, gushing blood. Surprise on seeing your blood? These people that are born strong are really different. Hector says before spinning on himself and doing a karate chop on her shoulder during her moment of negligence. Ugh! Big Mom groans in pain from Hector's attack, but they are not as bad as she expected. Big Mom, I said that I wouldn't kill you, but I can still traumatize you. She hears Hector's voice beside him, but she can't turn fast enough to avoid the punch on her ribs. That should be enough. Hector says to himself after throwing her around a little, time to learn the truth. Heaven's door. Suddenly, the places where Hector hit pages of a book unfurl. It took some effort. Did hockey work as a protection against Heaven's door ability? Hector frowns while looking at the confused Big Mom. Do you want to know to where Mother Carmel went, Big Mom? Hector asks, attracting her attention. Mother Carmel was the previous user of the Soul Fruit and Big Mom mother figure after she was abandoned by her biological parents. Big Mom, who was looking at the pages on her body, was suddenly hit on her forehead. Hector makes her lie down and holds her telekinetically. TSK. So accustomed to being the big fish that is not in your muscle memory to dodge. Hector shakes his head looking down at her. You made it too easy with all those years of self-indulgence. Grr. She tries to stand up, but Hector glares back, increasing the pressure on her. Stay still while I rock your world. In a bad way, I mean. He says, also discreetly copying her power. Look at this. He points to a page that is opened on her chest. It shows a picture of Mother Carmel and tells her relationship with Lin, Big Mom. You don't know it, but your dear Mother Carmel orphanage didn't exist because of the goodness of her heart. She sells her children to the world government. Hector says, lies. Big Mom shouts before being silenced by an invisible punch in her mouth. Mr. Blue Sky makes her mouth a zipper and shuts her up. Hear me out, we didn't even get on the worst part. Yes, you have a whole lot of maternal instinct, huh? Hector eyes her in sudden realization. You probably got that from her. Well, you got that from your idealized version of her. Must be a shock to discover that everything is a lie. Hector shakes her head and lets Big Mom with her thoughts for some time before she continues. All the giants of the Marines came from Mother Carmel. She was a child trafficker. I would kill her if she was alive. Hector looks at Big Mom with a malicious glint, but you already took care of it. Big Mom looks at him confused. Hector gives a big regretful sigh. How do you know? When we are children we can't separate our senses of self from the world. Only at a certain point do we start to draw the line. This is me, that is the world / another person. Hector explains, and that's where the problem lies. You're a big kid, huh? Always childish. Hector turns some pages slowly and slowly. There it is. He says in a happy mood before turning the page to Lin C. A very gory scene, which was even not shown in the manga, is explicitly illustrated on the page. Big Mom's eyes widen seeing that Hector whistles. Damn, Heaven's Door really doesn't censor anything. Well, look at the bright side. This saved you from becoming a Marine. You're totally in your own world, huh? Hector comments, someone that was born as strong as you can go anywhere, do anything. Hector crouches down to whisper at her, you must have noticed, that's why you have the Soru no Mi. If you eat the heart of a user, it works just like the fruit. The heart is where a good part of our soul stays, you know? And the devil's fruit latches on your soul, that's why only one is allowed. He says conspiratorially, even winking to mock her. He discovered studying Blackbeard. This and many other secrets. MPF. Gert. Ugh. Big Mom trashes around mightily, but Hector holds her firmly. She starts crying like a kid, tears running out of her eyes like a river. Hector stares at her without pity, a fitting punishment to her tyranny. He comments, noticing the effects of the truth. He removes his powers from her and hops off. Big Mom doesn't attack him or anything. She simply sits down and continues crying, even suckling on her thumb like a 2-year-old. Another one. What I am? Peter Pan? Hector shakes his head in exasperation after making another villain suffer from mental regression. After some time of silence, People finally reunite the courage to approach the place where the battle between Big Mom and Hector happened. The pirates of the two crews approach together. There's no need to fight. The winner of the duel will decide the winner of this war anyway. Perispero, right? Hector's voice can be heard even before they see the two Yonkos. Everyone tenses, and the winner of the fight is revealed. Why yes? The man in question asks with some trepidation in his voice. There's Hector calmly sitting on a rock, while Big Mom acts like an oblivious kid looking at the sky and suckling on her thumb. I won. Lead me to your poneglyph. Hector says flatly for some time. No one answers anything. You think we will follow your Kamaga? Charlotte Cracker starts to act bellicose. Boom, but Hector silences him by suddenly appearing above him and punching him on a crater on the ground. The person with one of the best durabilities in the world was one-shot just like that. Hector doesn't turn to look at the rest of the pirates. I'm ordering. I really don't want to kill anyone today, he says, killing intent flooding the air around them, his fingers cracking and promising aggression to anyone that the next words are not, yes, sir. Perispero nods while sweating. You guys must have some questions, but go back first. I'm going sightseeing in Whole Cake Island. Hector says to the Whitebeard pirates before jumping on Big Mom's ship. Don't make me erase you too. He intimidates the ship to follow his orders. Ship, ship. Queen Mama whimpers, what are you? A Pokemon. We are almost arriving. Perispero says in a strange tone to Hector. Is that so? Did you make sure that no one will attack me? Hector asks, his voice muffled from where he is. Yes. Perispero says slowly, is this really necessary? Charlotte Smoothie asks from her sitting position on the floor, looking down at Hector, to the winners, the spoils. Hector says, his voice muffled by her ties, so you will give me a lap pillow if I want. He says like is obvious she and her legs are big enough to accommodate his whole body. It's not even a lap pillow anymore, it's a lap mattress. She is more confused than freaked out, but shouldn't you be facing upwards in a lap pillow? She points to the ceiling to illustrate Hector now is lying on her long and smooth legs without any shame. Nope, this is how they do it in my hometown. He says as a matter of fact. Obviously he is not only being a pervy. He is copying her power and that of many others close by. Strangely, to him, the people around him are taking it too well. Apparently is expected of these strong guys to have strange personalities. And is better for him to be a little goofy than a murderous bastard. His empathic powers don't even feel resentment from Smoothie in practically sexually harassing her. This world's morals are a little lax with this apparently. By the way, I normally don't do this. But seriously, your power literally is squeezing people dry. I really couldn't waste the opportunity in flirting a little. Hector says like it's an obvious thing again. Smoothie only sighs in exasperation and starts stroking Hector's hair. In truth, when he flirted with her early, she almost became stone because of the marrow powers of Boa Hancock. Some other female members are not that lucky, but Hector reverted them back after copying the powers. By the way, Perispero. Hector's muffled voice travels to their ears. Yes? Pero. Without Big Mom, you are all in a bad spot. But at the same time is a good opportunity. Try to not be an asshole to everyone in the future. Like killing people for ingredients. He says, you can take care of her or use her as a guard dog. I don't care, I'm a peace-loving guy after all. Hector says no one believes him, but relax, if Kaido, Shanks, or the Marines attack you guys I will help repel them at least. I like balance. And there's no such thing as eternal enemies after all. He says. Perispero narrows his eyes at Hector. It's true that he is not that childish to hold resentment over Hector. They fought and he lost. That's it. No one important to him died too. Does he want to slowly swallow the Big Mom pirates like that? He thinks, alright Po, we will trust in your kindness. Perispero says politically. Already starts thinking about ways to use Hector. Hector just gives him a thumbs up. Giddy about the new powers that he is about to acquire. Big Mom crew has so many devil fruit users and so many races. It's practically a treasure trove to Hector. Should I give these powers that can produce food to Tsukasa? Maybe a nerfed version? Or that one that can cook anything. He thinks without a care in being on the enemy territory, enjoying smoothie legs. Hector POV days later after the battle between the Big Mom pirates, I'm really photogenic, and I didn't even assimilate Barney Stinson yet. I comment seeing the newspapers. The main article is about my victory against Big Mom. My bounty doubled, now it is 3 billion. And there's a cool picture of me holding the incredibly heavy red ponglai by the edge with my index finger, equilibrating it like it means nothing. I think they put this to make me a target of Shanks and Kaido. The world government is not stupid. I comment, making the enemy fight against themselves is an old tactic. Siko says behind me flatly. Right now we are on a sky island, most precisely in Skypiea. Oh, so the Straw Hats came here? Bardakuin shouts at a distance, his crew follows him excitedly like. Children, search for a girl named Konis. She helped them. I shout at them, they follow my lead and start running around the city shouting for Konis. Hats, they only have one brain cell. I say while I continue to walk around the city with Siko. The winged people are interesting. I ask myself if those useless wings are a product of evolution because they don't use anymore. I plan to visit this place for a long time, so I brought Bardakuin and his crew to them to hear about the Skypiea arc. I also brought Siko to her to take a break from her training. So, how is the training? I ask. Good. It's fun to talk about people who share an interest in swords. She says in an even tone of voice, I can imagine. I say, I'm really getting some weird stares from these girls. I comment looking around. Most females around are looking at me and blushing. This is an anime world. It's the Sasuke effect. People here have no restraint in being fangirls. But it's not to this extent, right? I comment after some girls turn away in embarrassment when I look at them. Siko looks at me strangely. What? Are you serious? Do you really are not aware of your own appearance? She asks with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? I conjure a mirror in front of myself, black hair and blue eyes, very generic. I say looking at myself. You're ridiculously handsome, master, Cortana warns me in my mind. Seriously? I look again. I still find myself very generic. Like, I start messing with my hair, making it shorter on the sides. Look at this, I look like Superboy. So generic. I look like every comic book character with these features. If I make my hair white, I look like every other edgy anime character. Killua, Toshiro. I just need to comb my hair a little and I can be their perfect cosplayer. If I mess it up a little. Damn, I look like Gojo but with black hair. Wait a minute, Helltaker glasses are circular too. I take them and put them on my face. Yep, Gojo. But I flex my muscles. With Toji's body. Yes, baby. I say while posing, look at this. So aesthetic. The V-shape. The size of these biceps. Size. Saido Chisto. I flex on my best impression of Machio-san. My shirt explodes, revealing my incredibly chiseled body. Siko looks unimpressed, but I hear Dome, cuz, at a distance, and I look around to see a bunch of girls that turned on stone statues. Oh shit. I go to them to revert them back to normal. It appears that Hancock fruits create an allure aura around the person that work better the more pretty the person is. Like a multiply of the charm stat. I think that's why someone as professional as Hina was flustered with some simple cheesy words. I will keep it deactivated too. After restoring the girls, we continued walking to the sacred city of Shandoria. I want to see the Golden Bell. Okay, what is? I bite the bullet and ask Siko, what? You're strange today. What happened? Come on, talk. I say, nudging her. She is quieter than usual. Nothing. She says and turns her face away. I roll my eyes at her. Don't nothing me. Go on. Let's hear it. I say, you didn't call me to the battle. She finally says in a quiet voice. I pause mad because I didn't get her to kick some ass. I laugh out loud and go to hug her. Is my Siko pouting because I didn't call her to cut some people? I tease her like she is a kid. Stop it. I knew that you would make fun of me. She huffs in my embrace, a pink hue coloring her cheeks. I didn't let her go, moving from my position behind her to get her in a princess carry. Don't be mad, my cute murderous samurai. Next time I will allow you to have your fun. I say while I start walking while carrying her. We are gonna commit some war crimes together. Geneva Convention? More like Geneva Suggestion, am I right? I joke with her. Seeing her chuckle makes me smile. Put me down. I can walk. She says shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Nope. I said, popping the pea. She didn't fight back when I started flying to the place where the golden bell was, carrying her through the night sky. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? I say to her, signaling the full moon in the sky, looking directly into her eyes, a small and relaxed smile on my lips. She looks at me for a moment. Yes. Yes, very beautiful, she agrees while we don't break eye contact. We arrive at the golden bell. Funny how no one is guarding it. Well, it's very inaccessible by normal means. The bell is on a small solid cloud even higher in the sky. It's pretty. Siko says her mood is much better now. Yes, very nice. And I take some pictures as recordation. Are you gonna take it? Siko asks. She knows that I have the soul of a collector, and I am really tempted to take it. It and the rare swords and other cool things from this world. Like it's some sort of side quest. Hey, this is the cultural propriety of another race. Do you think I would have the face to do something like that? I ask in fake outrage. Who do you think I am? The British Museum. She laughs in her hand at my joke. Ha, she is pretty. Siko. I call her, making her look at me. My serious expression made her pay attention. I slowly extend my hand in her direction and smile. I like you. Please go out with me. I say with a straight face. She looks at me shocked before bursting into giggles. Fufufu. Arg. And they said that the worst she can say is, no. I shout to the sky and dramatically fall on my back. Fufu. Sorry. Hee, but seriously? A standard Japanese confession? She asks, amusement in her eyes. I sit down on the ground and shrug my shoulders. I found it fitting. I say with a smile. So, what is your answer? If you're gonna reject me, please be fast and merciless. Cut my heart like you would do with your sword. I can take it. I say righteously, with a hand covering my heart. Fufu. She giggles and sits down on the solid cloud in front of me in a Seiza position. Please take care of me. She bows her head, accepting my feelings with the standard and cliché answer. I laugh and watch her laugh too, before I pull her over to my lap and make her sit on it. I rest my chin on the top of her head. Her yelp is cute and I can't help but hug her tightly against my chest. You and I know that there will be some hardships in this complex relationship. I say slowly, other girls, right? She says, her voice betrays nothing, right? There are many things I can't promise you, Siko. I can't give you all of my attention and heart, but I will protect and provide for you with everything I have. I promise seriously, I believe in you. She says softly, when we first met, you promised me to show me wonders. Make me capable of doing things that would be possible only in fantasies. And you kept your word. She turns her head to look at me. It's even better than what I imagined. She says, looking at my eyes, thank you, Hector, for bringing me here. That I'm the one that should say thanks. It's great to have you by my side. I smile. Seeing you grow makes me very happy and proud. I never thought that I would feel something like that for another person. You presented me with a new side of myself that I didn't know that existed. I say after this words aren't necessary anymore. With the clouds as the mattress and the night sky as the covers, I approach my face and kiss her. And much more. 3 days later I sigh after one of those stretches where your soul leaves your body for some seconds. I already left Siko to train again yesterday, after our time together. Second harem member get. It's working just fine for now. During the honeymoon phase. Anyway, let's focus on what is important now. I walk to a training ground and whistle. I can hear it coming from a distance after my calling. I turn my head to spy it flying at high speed to me. Reaching my back, it opens like a pair of wings and settles on my shoulders slowly. Hello, girl. I greet my mantle, which now is alive thanks to the soul fruit. And obviously is a girl. I don't want a male to hug me constantly. Jokes aside, this is my first and only special homie, and probably will stay like this for a long time. I don't plan on splitting my soul a lot. But my mantle is special. I watch it create another cover for my front, making the characteristics 2 front slits that everyone knows. My mantle is made from the shade. Created from some bullshit ancient fae magic where Feral, from the Kingkiller Chronicles, sowed the darkest shadows of the deepest part of a magic forest using starlight as a thread. It's super cool. I walk to some training dummies and say to it, "Show me." At my command, the mantle reaches at 2 dummies and twists their necks, then the edge of one side rolls on itself making a pointy end and stabs another dummy. The other edge becomes flat and slices 3 dummies easily. Oh, I laugh. I didn't use only the cloak of levitation as inspiration. Spawn's cape, agony, was also in my mind when decided to give life to my mantle. Good job. I praise and it vibrates in happiness. One thing to notice is that my homie, different from Big Mom's one, didn't have the cartoonish faces as a characteristic. I believe that this happened to hers because of her Peter Pan syndrome. I can probably make it, but is not my style. Too childish. And I can communicate with them just fine. Now, the other important part. I didn't use only the soul fruit. I recently gained another interesting power that has a GEET synergy with the soul fruit. The Dauntless Power Shard. Dauntless can charge objects with power, applying certain properties to them. It has a limited number of charges each day, but if I remember well, they said that in Wormverse that his potential is limitless. And now is where things got interesting. Different from Dauntless, I have other powers. So I can charge them not only with this energy, but also with the powers that I have. It's the meta power equivalent of enchanting items with magic. Imbue my mantle with the barrier fruit power? I can do it. Gigantification so that it can stretch a lot? Can do that too. Imbue with that pocket fruit so that the mantle has an inventory? Hyper-regeneration for self-repairing? And much more. Oh boy, the possibilities are infinite. But I need to do some tests too. For example, if I imbue some helmet with telepathy, the helmet will defend the user from telepathy? Or give the power of telepathy to the user? Can I give those powers that can create food like butter, mochi, and candy to a piece of metal and create infinite food? Will a defensive item always have defensive properties? If I make a suit imbued with light fruit powers, did the person wearing it have the same powers as Kizaru? Can I do it with accessories like rings? It's more like a game mechanic? Can an item break if imbued with a too strong power? I'm excited to play with these 2 powers. After all, there's no such a thing as overgeared. After doing some tests, I sit down on the ground. My mantle slips off me and goes around playing a little. It's a new life, am curious about the world even if has some knowledge imbued in it for being made by me. I think that with practice I can even customize the personality of my creations. But I think the main factor would be the item by itself. A sword should like battles, a cloud would be an airhead and a fire would be hot-headed, or something like that. Anyway, another important thing needs to be addressed. After copying the soul fruit power, I can interact with souls and I finally had a better understanding of my own soul. In the past, I tried to see my own soul using the all-seeing eyes, but nothing looked much different. I mean, I noticed something weird, but externally. Nothing. As I'm not crazy enough to try to mess with my own soul, I waited and with the soul fruit powers, I know what it felt weird before. My soul is unbelievably fucking strong. When I went to separate a small portion of my soul to give life to my mantle is when I noticed it. Even if it looks the same size outwardly, my soul looks more. In truth, the soul has mass. 21 grams normally. Mine is much more heavy and dense. Like if a normal soul is a sun and mine is a supernova about to burst. The quality of my soul compared to that of the other people is completely ridiculous. This reminds me of my talk with the Ancient One. Magic comes from the soul. That's why I'm so talented with magic. The obvious explanation is the assimilation process. I do not gain only powers, talents. Hidden things like my soul power should increase with each assimilation. A +1 every time I assimilate a character. But even so, my soul looks like is 100 times stronger. I didn't assimilate that much of characters. The second theory. I'm as special as myself. The whole, a higher being from a higher universe. Everywhere was simply fiction in my previous universe. A 3D character in a 2D world. No, a 4D character in a now 3D world. The third theory combines with the previous one. How did I transmigrate in Marvel? To my perception, I simply woke on Marvel in another version of myself, but now I know that can't be that simple. The Ancient One also explained the intricacy of space-time relativity in different dimensions. How the multiverse moves and how things like time and other concepts act based on how close one dimension is to another. Time in Limbo can pass pretty similar to the time in Marvel if the dimension is close, and vice versa. What if my soul came to Marvel from my previous world traveling? It can't be a simple swap of places, right? To me was only an instant, but to my soul. Maybe. My soul probably traveled across dimensions, multiverses, voids. During uncountable years. During eons. Slowly drifting through the infinity. Challenging cosmic storms, nothingness, being swallowed and spit by outerversal horrors, breaking through dimensional barriers. Slowly passing through all types of environments. Being tempered and strengthened slowly, like a diamond that was created under incredible pressure. Till it reaches my body in Marvel. An incredibly robust soul. The perfect vessel to the essence. That was obviously not natural. Someone guided my soul, protected it. Protected just enough to it not dissipate into nothingness. Someone or something did that. I'm grateful really. But the question is, why? In Ahoy. This chapter has a little of everything. Small character growth, teasing of his origin. Sincerely, this part you can ignore a little for now. It's a big thing to Hector from the future to discover. In a fanfic, the important is the journey, not the ending or how it started. If you guys can enjoy each chapter, I'm happy. Should have been bigger with a little info dump about Hector's understanding of how certain powers work outside their home reality. But I will leave it to the next chapter. There's a reform happening in my home. It's hard to think with all this noise. Finally, the second harem member, now I can put the harem tag. Sorry for not having the lemon, same reason as above. Not in the mood to write their important first time. Just imagine that was romantic. We will see them getting kinky anyway in the future. Siko has a kink side. She is from an Eki world after all. Anyway, till next time. Sorosor no Mi plus Dauntless Shard is up. Bye bye. World of Pirates, Part 06 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Whatever you do, enjoy it to the fullest. That is the secret of life. Writer. Recap. In the last chapter, Hector defended the Whitebeard pirates from Big Mom, defeating the Yonko and claiming many devil fruits powers, genes of many races and the road Poneglyph. His relationship with Siko also gave the next step. Little note. Hello there, sorry for the delay. Time is tight. I could have published the chapter yesterday, but I will need to cut 4K words. And I want to finish this arc soon. Better to wait a day than 2 weeks, right? Anyway, enjoy. Hector POV. I wave my hand, calling out my mana. Manifestating it ahead of me and controlling the elements. Fwoosh, a ball of fire is created on my palm and flies away fast, in the direction of the sea. I'm on the beach of a desert island in the New World. The environment with ridiculously strong animals makes it hard for the people create a base here, but apparently, some pirates come occasionally to hunt. Boom, the fireball hit the waves. The shock was big enough to spill water all the way here. Even with all this, the only thing I can think is, too weak. I comment and move my hand again. Reaching my hand to the sea, I can barely see the magic circle shining under the water for a second before another explosion occurs. A huge pillar of water gushes out of the sea, reaching the 50-meter mark in the air. And slow. I comment with a sigh. Magic is underwhelming. Sad as it appears. This type of magic has no appeal to me. It's not that I'm shitting on magic, but I have better options. To continue my tests, I take off the famous Elder Wand from my pocket. The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the Wand of the Wands, and the most, arguably, powerful magical object of the Harry Potter world and all that jazz. Let's see if you can live for all this hype. My eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God to inspect it. Yep, there's a soul on it. Or the better term would be a spirit. It's like the swords of the One Piece world that has personality. Magic comes from the soul after all. The soul of the wizard connects with the soul of the wand to materialize magic. It reminds me of Soul Eater, where the weapons help the user amplify their soul powers, like a guitar amplifier. I point the wand in front of me and repeat the fireball spell. It's a spell from Rudius's world. It's out-of-context magic to the Harry Potter world. But it works just fine. The fireball forms itself easily, almost by itself after I just do some input. I see. It's like those tools to help with programming. I comment. With the same speed that I produced that fireball earlier, I made another two appear. They're stronger and faster. After shooting it, I inspect myself and the wand. The use of mana was lower too. In game terms, the Elder Wand would give me speed in casting, increase in power, lower the amount of mana spent, and much more. I say, not bad at all. It's not for nothing that this thing can tilt the tide of a battle between wizards. And it comes from a low-tier world. I ask myself how OP those magic scepters made of Yggdrasil roots with dragon cores or whatever should be. It's not game-breaking, and that wand from Kurt's mom appears to be better but is not bad. But can I use Harry Potter-like magic with it? I point the wand forward. I think it needs a circular movement of the wrist too, right? Wingardium Leviosa. I chant and point to a crab nearby. Nothing happens. Okay, that's a little embarrassing. I look at the crab, the witness of my Chuyuni moment. Avada Kedavra. Anyway, apparently, I will need a Harry Potter character. Anyone will do. Now that I know that my soul is overpowered, there's no need to be eager to gain a Dumbledore card. Even if gaining Voldemort and other people with unique skills like Parseltongue should be the ideal. But even a random side character is good. Wait, aren't the house elves the most OP characters? If I gain Dobby, I will have a hard time on deciding if I should summon or assimilate. I cross my arms to think. Whatever, I can't decide now. The problem for the future, I guess. I can also cheat. I just need to use a travel ticket together with a background card to give me a character from Harry Potter background instead of a drop-in, as I am right now in One Piece. Should allow me to use magic from there. These tactics should work in worlds where powers are somewhat common, like on Naruto or Bleach. But I will need to rely on my own potential. I could give myself the background of a no-name Shinigami and gain Ryatsu. Then I can learn Kidu and have my own Zanpakuto like I gained my own stand. Maybe even become Vizard, steal the Hugyoku. Usurp the Soul King. Wait, who I am? Aizen? Only our hair is similar. Tone down your hunger for power, Hector. Anyway, Bleach is a little problematic to go for now. Many ridiculous bullshit powers after all. Back to the Harry Potter world. It shouldn't be a problem to go there using a one-day travel ticket. I can raid Hogwarts and learn all the magic and be done with it. The danger is low. I'm faster than magic after all. They need to hit you. And we're back to square one. I'm faster than magic. That's one of the reasons magic is not that appealing to me. To compare with the fireball early, I raise my fist. Using my fire powers, my fist glows in a blue flame. Already hotter than that magic and using the same casting speed. Boom, I punch forward using a sloppy fire fist. Yep, no comparison. I say looking at the devastation ahead. It was much easier to use, it's stronger, it's faster. Meta powers, magic. At least for me. But magic has its own advantages. I concentrate again on using a fireball. But instead of extending my hand forward, I take an extra step. My mana coalesces above my shoulder, the fireball is formed there and I shoot it without a problem. Look, Mom, without the hands. I joke. But the applications and uses are big. I can be a really menacing flying artillery of magic. Keeping my hands free to throw it at my opponents. If I can use magic and meta powers together. It would be scarier than a simple increase of power or in the range of abilities I can use. Would be like fighting two people. Imagine fighting at close range, and your enemy casts magic from impossible angles and places to corner you. But I sigh. The amount of mental capacity to that would be ridiculous. Years of practice will be needed to perfect this ridiculous fight style. It's more than simply using a sword in one hand and magic in another. I miss Skyrim. This reminds me of the possible combinations. I extend my arm again. It's normal for the people exclude magic from science and vice versa. In many instances, the two can't mix. Meta Powers is a branch of science and can do the same as magic. But they go in the opposite direction. Or maybe not. My talk with the Ancient One revealed that there are metas that the metagenes are tied with their magic potential. Kurt, Wanda, Thor. Advanced enough technology is no different from magic. I say to myself, even if in many universes people who work with science despise magic and its mysteries. Reed is a great example, by the way. In many others, the two can mix pretty well. Those animes where they use magic to power mechas, aircrafts, etc. One can support another. I look at my extended arm, a gross sight happens and mouths start appearing all over it. One on my palm, another on the back of my hand, 3 on my forearm, and another on my biceps. Each mouth speaks at the same, each one conjuring a different magic. An amalgamation of magic circles appear around my arm. The place where my arm explodes and I'm pushed back 2 steps. If I'm gonna do multicasting like that, I need to use spells that work well together. Noted. I comment while swiping my hand to clear the air. My meta powers can help me be an anomaly in casting magic. I can have another set of arms doing the hand signs, mouths all over my body casting while I fight. Heck, I can multitask well and do parallel thoughts like no one, going even further. If I want, I can make another brain to continuously spam magic. The possibilities and combinations are almost infinite. Do magic users need to stay on the back casting magic? I'm not bound to these rules. I'm not bound to common sense. It's the basic of being a main character, right? I laugh to myself. I look at my arm again, this small show of eldritch monstrosity. What paradox. Trying to keep in touch with my humanity and at the same time become more and more inhumane to protect this lifestyle. I sigh, whatever, let's continue practicing magic. I extend my hands again, this time trying to cast multiple and more complex magic. I'm not interested in elemental magic, even though will be useful in the case of finding myself unable of using my meta powers, so I will practice the more esoteric things. Like sealing, divination, contracts, and even the elemental plus something magic. Like fire with another attribute. Like hellfire, for example. The many mouths chants and glyphs appear on the air. Different colors and different attributes. A prison of crimson traps a rock. A circular area on the ground shines for an instant before going normal. A magic trap was put there. A seagull has its soul being projected out of its body by another spell. Another seagull was hit by a tracking spell. Confusion, sleep, and all sorts of other effects hit diverse other small animals around. I observe all this with scrutiny. The most important thing about learning magic, it's about defending myself from it. Yep, I'm faster than most of them. And that book that the Ancient One gave coupled with my strong soul will make me capable of resisting a good part of these spells. But magic is about preparation. So I will need to construct my defenses later. And the people that will attack are not bots, they will prepare themselves too. In a battle of magic, the most prepared wins. Now I will use another example of magic working together with meta powers, in this case, psionics. I will combine the two to create a very sturdy soul-mind defense. Let's practice it. Master. Cortana drawls on my mind, her tone admonishing me. I promised to take a day off. Slurp, somewhere over the rainbow. I sing while playing my ukulele. So there's a Solomon in Marvel. I don't remember it appearing on any media. I comment while flipping through one of the many books I copied from the Kamartaj library. The book is floating in front of my face. I made physical copies of them because I like to feel the book on my hands. But I'm not using my hands either. Maybe I'm an idiot. Slurp. I sip again at my coconut drink that is floating at my side. I'm lying lazily in a hammock. I'm from Bahia after all, between the shades of some trees. I also made the perfect sandwich that is floating at my side too. The breeze of the beach hits me. Yeah, relaxing like this, it's not that bad. I comment, flipping through my book again. Was Solomon a woman in Marvel? Strange. I read the new information. You said that you would do nothing, Master. A chibi Cortana hologram appears from my wrist device, pouting at me. Cute, I'm relaxing. You're studying. The deal is for you to do nothing. She says, standing on my chest and pointing her accusatory little finger at me. Ah, come on, this is more of recreational reading. I point at the book. I even fused again, even though I could send myself to do some work. Then you wouldn't be resting. She crosses her arms at me. Wrong. It's like dolphins that have special brains. One side sleep while the other is active. I argue, you're a workaholic, Master. She accuses. How dare she? One of your objectives coming here is a vacation, remember? You're burning yourself out slowly. I could argue, but it's not worth it. Okay. I got it. She only wants what is the best for me, and a day without doing anything will not hurt. But I'm serious, I'm just reading magic history. It's like reading the lore of a fictional word. It's fun and doesn't tire me at all. She narrows her big eyes at me cutely. You read about some demon and then all of a sudden you start thinking about countermeasures. Then you want to start them already and all of a sudden you're working. Damn. That's the problem of having those people in your body/mind. They know you too well. Poor Nardo, Ichigo, and many wuxia MCs. Can't have privacy. At least my body freeloader is cute. Relax, I promise that I will not use more than 0.1% of my power today, okay? I negotiate. Fine. She accepts it with reluctance. Now, I'm reading about demonology because it's important and fun. This will be a huge problem in the future. I say, looking back at the book, do you plan to actively get involved with the magic side, Master? She asks, only if Earth or the universe is in danger. I answer, there are people more prepared to take care of small things, or if they call for help. In truth, I was thinking of keeping my magic abilities a secret. People like heroes with upfront power sets. So you're gonna make it look like Eidolon doesn't know magic to catch people off guard. She guesses, exactly. And people know of the sword of actuation. So let them think that Eidolon can go against magic but can't use it. In truth, I was thinking of creating an occult hero persona. Something like John Constantine. Assumptions are dangerous, huh? She quotes my own words, you remember. A normal mind would think, Eidolon has so many powers, it's not possible that he also knows magic. It would be unfair, blah blah. People still think that I'm not that smart. I saw that superhero wiki that they made and the people said that Stark was much smarter than me. They put me on the same level of Black Widow and Captain America. I need to say it. My power armors are years ahead of Stark's ones. I just don't use it. I made it just for fun. And if Shago and Helena want to use it, they just need to call for it and the satellites will deliver to their location. Even the mechas. Unfortunately, they would only limit me. Thuso said. The romance. Being too strong is not fun sometimes. So do you think that you will have to deal with the Keys of Solomon? Cortana cuts my thoughts by asking a question about the book that I'm reading. I don't know. I never saw shit about this, but I can't exclude the possibility. It only makes it more dangerous, really. Look at this. I start reading an excerpt from the book. There are many precursors of magic. The origin of the magic in humanity can be traced especially from Agamotto, Merlin, and Solomon. Obviously, there are a great number of older sorcerers, but the teachings of these three are the ones that propagated themselves in our world. Humans normally don't have the ability to open the door to mysticism. We acquired it through our relations with other races that possessed such talent. Agamotto and his connection with the elder gods, but especially Merlin and Solomon and their relationships with demons. After this, it's a bunch of propaganda talking about how demonic magic is the best magic for humanity to use. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, Merlin is half demon, And Morgan Le Fay also consorted with them. It's not for nothing that a great majority practice or study demon magic, even with the risks. Anyway, the focus is Solomon. Solomon is special though. Different from the others, he has no special ability in her blood. But even so, she caught the interest of one of the most dangerous and powerful demon beings. The Nameless One. Okay, this is where things deviate from what I know. I interrupt my reading to say, to me, Solomon was an old wise king who tricked 72 demons using only his cunning and wits. Here is saying that there is only one demon though. And Solomon is a woman here. Is that a problem? Cortana asks, well, it's problematic when things are different from my meta-knowledge. But genderbender is normal. Half of the universes in the multiverse are opposite to the normal. The important thing is the demon being only one. I say, the 72 keys of Solomon, the Lemegeton, from the Ars Goetia. They are used a lot in fiction. High School DxD, Magi, and many others. They have a huge influence on everything magic of nature. Many magic circles are drawn using their glyphs and symbols, even in Marvel. I shake my head. And this book is saying that there are not 72 entities but only one. They call him, her the Nameless One, or the Faceless One. I go to read the part that talks about the demon in question. The Nameless One was given this title because no one really knows his origin. The real truth is that he didn't come from anywhere of importance. No special bloodline between the demons or connection with a higher being. He or she was a normal demon that stole the powers and authorities of 72 strong demons from hell. From Andromelius to Baal. He doesn't have a fixed form or name. Sometimes he looks like an old decrepit man, a handsome young man, a small girl, a nine-headed monster, and the list goes on. So the ones that tricked/defeated the 72 demons here is this Nameless One, not Solomon. The fact he doesn't have a name makes it impossible to contact him. You can only reach for the authorities on his body that carries the name of his defeated foes, like Amon, Citri, and Stolas. So if you call from the fire of Phoenix, you are not really connecting with the demon Phoenix. This one lost his power. You are connecting with a fraction of the Nameless One power. Well, he didn't look scary at all. I joke. Some demon carries all this power and is still this mysterious? Will he be a problem? Cortana asks, that's the million-worth question. Luckily he rarely appears. Like, he almost never appeared in the history of magic. He is not like Mephisto, who is always involving himself with our business to make things worse and profit. So he is not power-hungry? How can he be not power-hungry? He defeated and stole 72 demon powers for a reason. I argue, maybe he is dead. I wish is that simple. No, apparently to this day the power and authority of the 72 demons didn't return. So he is still there, keeping it to himself. Then, what means when someone works hard for power and suddenly stops? Cortana asks me, she knows the answer too. He accomplished his objective. I say heavily. All that power was the means to an end. Ugh, the worst-case scenario, he is finishing whatever devious project he is concocting right now, like conquering the mortal plane. Then would be a problem for me. So cliché. The best-case scenario is if he wants to dethrone Mephisto. The two can kill themselves for all I care. I don't think it's healthy to worry about him if you have no clue, Master. Cortana comments, true, the only clue would be Solomon herself. I read the part that talks about the relationship between the two. The only person in all history that even made a pact or contract with the Nameless One himself is Solomon. Many theorize the reason and the nature of their relationship. Some affirm that Solomon tricked the Nameless One, making him traumatized and distrustful of any human, hence never appearing again. Some say that there's a master/servant relationship between the two. Unknown who is the master and who is the servant. The more romantic ones ever affirm that they are in a more deep relationship. Needed to remember that the Nameless One embodies all sins and desires, lust being one of them. Would not be a surprise that Solomon bedded him an offspring to be born from such union, giving a fraction of humanity the potential to magic. That I believe that the two are similar in their own way. They courageously rose from nothing and reached such heights. It's almost prepotent to believe that a demon like the Nameless One would even have a shred of humanity, but their compatibility and consequently relationship could be a result of the similarities that the Nameless One saw on Solomon. I continue to read. There are a lot of theories about them. Solomon never founded or jump-started a school of magic, but many studied through her ancient texts. She simply one day disappeared seemingly in thin air. I sigh, she is fucking alive. I say with certain, hell is not that unknown to us, that delve in the mystic arts. But even after thousands of years we never found the territory where the Nameless One inhabits. This leaves only one option. I read, he must be on the abyss. The void and darkness that separates hell from that other dimension, where people theorize that creatures more vile than demons inhabit. Or maybe he went even further. Did his hunger for power made him cross the abyss to reach Bello? Did he succeed? Did he fail? It's probable that we never know. I can only sigh again. This story is interesting, I can't help but be interested in it. But how fucking deep goes the iceberg of magic in the Marvel Multiverse? And this is one of many dangers of the magic side, right? Cortana asks from my chest. She saw the many books describing demons, monsters, entities, gods, spirits, and other dimensions. So she knows the reason I'm paranoid. Yeah. But enough of lore, the crux is this. I show her some magic circles and symbols of the keys of Solomon. Thanks to omnilinguism I can read all of them. Magic, it's very similar to computer programming. If I understand, you can disrupt. She concludes, you're fast enough to destroy whatever magic anyone can conjure halfway. Yeah, but these guys have years and years of experience. Will not be easy to interfere with someone's life's work, especially in battle. But is a start. Exactly. That's why I'm studying this, find the common ground, the linchpin, so that I can deal with any bullshit these demon guys throw at me. Don't overdo it. I can only sigh at her. It's really hard to argue with the people who only want what is the best for you. I had this talk with Isabella once. It feels wrong to me to slack off. I say, all this power, if I lose to someone just because I was lazy, I could very well kill myself. I looked her up and down and said, girl, you look fine. Then she pulls out a penis that is twice the size of mine. Cortana, what? Nothing. Women. Now that I stopped studying and I'm simply relaxing, you still find something to complain about. I click my tongue playfully and continue to play his songs. She rolls her eyes at me and decides to start small talk, probably. To stop me from playing and consequently destroying my dignity. How is Cassandra going? She asks, oh yeah, this world makes it hard for you to be omniscient. It's because of this that you're cranky? I tease. Seeing her annoyed face I laugh. She is in one of the islands on Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, just saved a village and is being rewarded with some food and candy by some old ladies. I laugh while using my powers to peek at her. I finally let her out to stretch her wings. She can go anywhere except certain islands like Alabasta and Fishman Island, because I want to visit them together. Flashback earlier I interrupted her training and ordered her to go around and have fun. The journey ahead can be dangerous to go alone. Take this. I said while presenting Rover to her. I was holding him by his armpits, woof asterisk. Then after I give her some money and log poses she sets off. Even my mantle followed her. I'm surprised that you're letting her on her own. Cortana comments, come on, I'm not that much controller. I say, no, more like overprotective. Well, she and Rover are strong enough to escape even if she is jumped by the admirals. I shrug, and I will be warned if something bad happens. And I'm enjoying seeing her growth. Very mature of you, master. She says, but you're acting like an old man already. She jokes. I laugh. Well, my soul is ancient. So maybe is simply right that I act like that. And maybe the assimilations destroyed any chance of me having immature/normal teenage years. It's sad when I think about it. That's one of the things that I lost because of my power. Meh, every power has a price. It's still cheap. But seriously, I recently discovered that I pretty much enjoy seeing my people grow strong. Like with Siko. seeing her reaching and pursuing her full potential. Helping her do that. It's as much as enjoyable as getting stronger myself. I say strange, huh? I continue, in the past, I was a little more greedy and individualist. I want every power system, magic item, all to me and only to me. Sharing is losing. Blah blah blah. I make an act of frantically grabbing things close to me. Heh, after a laugh, I recline myself again on my hammock and finger some notes. In the future, I will probably have to do nothing while I leave my people to do all the work. What a lazy future I see ahead. Maybe I should appreciate it now. I say to myself, with a pensive expression. Cortana eyes me, no practicing with your powers. She declares, but is fun. I argue weakly she raises one eyebrow would be more intimidating if she was not in her cute chibi form. Whatever. I shrug again before turning to receive a drink from Right. Thanks, my lovely robot. I say to her accepting the drink. Right and left are those twin ballerina Russian robots that I gained through the gacha. They are hybrids character/item like Cortana, so I could bring them into my inventory without using a card. Cortana narrows her eyes, catching me staring at the jiggling metal of Right retreating backside. You can't blame me. It's metal and it's jiggling. Thank you, brothers of the dystopian future Russia. You are comrades. I salute them on my mind. Are you jelly? I poke her chubby face with a finger using a teasing smile. She harumphs while turning her face away, crossing her small arms too. She is too cute. Ma Kokoro, I can have a body like that too. She says in a whisper, but obviously I heard it, and the fact you didn't have it is your own choice, right? I smile at her against this. She can't argue. We already had the technology and materials to make all types of bodies for Cortana, but she is delaying it. And she is doing it on her own too. Something about being a surprise to me. I sneaked a peek at the early drafts. She was creating multiple bodies. A very humanoid one that is battle-oriented and looks like a mecha, and a multitude of others. We even have a good example with the twins' body. You could have made it already. I tease her. She doesn't answer. Maybe is some sort of technological pride or whatever. I just want the best body for you, master. She whispers again weakly. I think she is blushing too. I pause. That's the thing. Cortana way of thinking is very similar to humanity but is not the same. She is too foreign and doesn't have the same concepts. She is an AI. She is too passive for my own good. Okay then. I see. I say to her and put everything else aside and look her deep into her eyes. You like me, right? Forget it. Would be a little coward to ask first. After a sigh, I start again, be my woman. I decided to be direct. What? At least you didn't laugh. I chuckle, sorry if came off too strongly, but I think that are the best words to say. I like you, Cortana. Yes, you're a totally different existence, and yes, it's complicated. And because of that I simplified and asked you to be my woman. I say seriously, simple as that. My woman. I repeat strongly, no reason to beat around the bush. Master. You're waiting for me to make a move, right? She nods slowly after some surprise. You're waiting to make a body to seduce and nudge me into taking the first step, right? I guess the way her eyes widen is all the answer I need. You thought yourself worthless of my affection and thought that you would need at least this much to enter in the whole harem thing. I make quotation marks on the air. Hence, you're making all that surprise about your incredible body that you're making. It's not a question. I can guess this much. The truth is I'm only dense when I want, because acting dense is convenient. I could have courted her more normally, but our relationship was far from normal. The level of intimacy between us surpasses by a large margin other people's normal relationships. So we can skip a lot of the procedures and normal conventions. I will repeat. I like you, Cortana. As a woman. Be mine as a woman. We are bound for life, even more than any other of my summons. Cortana is a constant presence in my life. Where our relationship is going is more than obvious, so I will just be direct. Seeing my seriousness shakes her a little. It's the logical thing to do. She finally answers. I can't help but burst out in waves of laughter, trying to put the airs of a cold and logical AI now. Oh, so she can really blush. I was right, whatever the essence did with her, made her more than codes. She is alive. She has a soul too. Turn yourself in your normal form. I say after she stared at me for a while, the chibi version of her that was standing on my chest glows, being replaced by her normal adult form in a hard light construct. I can feel her weight when she straddles me and I reflexively put my hands on her hips. There you are. You're cute like that, but I prefer your sexy normal form. I smile at her and bring her close slowly. To my surprise, she resists a little. Master, will not be pleasant. She says unsure. Oh, it's because she is a hard light hologram. Well, as a man I have to respect her boundaries and all that. But as a man, I also have to make sure to destroy all of her insecurities too. Like when a wife says that she is fat and the husband needs to step in to show that his desire for her never diminished. I don't care. I say, shaking my head and kissing her. It takes 1 second for her to start reciprocating. Yes, it feels like I'm kissing a mannequin. It has no warmth, no wetness, no softness. But is Cortana. It's all that is needed, so I will show my passion for her. She moans in my mouth during our makeout session. None of us need to breathe, so we stay in our own world for a long time. Even if I can't enjoy her softness, I can enjoy her curves. My hands travel through all over her body. I notice her making herself a little more thick in the places that I caress. I won't comment now, but later I will address this. If she wants to pleases me for now, let her. We eventually separated ourselves from our lip lock, but our foreheads were kept glued while we stared at each other's soul through each of our blue eyes. Be more confident in yourself, my dear. Or should I reassure you again? I ask with a smirk while giving her a peck on her lips and pinching her butt. Yes, she can feel those things, probably because of my technopathy and our connection. This whole thing is a little weird, but it sounds strangely right with Cortana. She is mine and for me only. I can't help but love it. Very tempting, master, she says in a seductive tone. You can call me Hector. I like calling you master, she teases again and kisses my neck before moving her torso away from me. I raise one eyebrow seeing her put her hands on her hips and slowly run it through her own body slowly. We can't do much now, but, she drawls provocatively, I can give you a little show. Her hands trailed through her midriff, going up and up to her chest. Where her hands pass, the dark blue body paint of her design disappears. She is simply modifying her image. Modifying to the NSFW version. Slowly and seductively. Finally, her hand reaches her breasts, and because it's her own hands, her breasts deform while she squeezes it, showing softness finally. She raises her blue tits, holding them for some time before smirking and releasing them to gravity. They really jumped, and without the body paint, her blue nipples were revealed to me. Neuron activation. Okay, I should have more self-control than that. But something about different skin colors gets me going. I think I have a fetish. Beautiful. I comment and go to touch her breasts. To my touch they're hard. Well, technically they're softer than my body. But they're not elastic, so if I squeeze too hard she would break. I will work hard to finish my body fast, master, she teases while keeping my hands on her breasts with her own hand. Her other hand travels lower, reaching between her legs. Erasing her body paint there to reveal her secret place. Enough is enough. Never underestimate the horniness of a man, Cortana. I raise my eyes to her face and say, no need to wait. What? It's the only thing she can say before I combine my speed and teleport to bring her to a room in my cubic lab. I don't have a bedroom here, so we are in an empty lab. There's only a table here. Master. She starts, but I shut her up with a kiss. I separate myself from her, Cortana. I growl in her ear, I want you. And I want now. I can feel her emotions through our connection. Deep down she wants this as much as I do. I push her on the table nearby, but instead of letting herself be pushed on her back she turns around and bends over, putting her hands and upper body on the table. Yep, she knows me too well. The body paint disappeared in all the places that matter and she presents to me her blue slit. Should I change my color to one more normal? She asks, unsure while her skin tone changes slowly. No. I answer fast, you're perfect just the way you are. I say more calmly later and approach her from behind. I pull her body closer to me and turn her face around for a kiss. Well, it's happening. I'm fucking an AI. And probably will not be the weirdest cheeks that I will clap in my life. And I'm all for it. I move back and remove my dick from its confines of my pants. I need to stroke it and use some lubrication powers. Cortana right now is basically a glass sculpture. We will have complications, but it's not gonna stop me. Cortana looks back over her shoulder and she uses one hand to spread her cheeks to ease my access. I align myself with her pussy lips and after sharing one last look with her, I bottom myself entirely inside. Yes, completely different, and it's not that good, but it's not that bad either, thanks to my strong body. Seeing her moan confirmed a lot of my suspicions. I pull my mouth close to her ear and whisper to her, see? Even without the nerve fibers and all that, you still felt that, huh? I kiss her earlobe, and this too. Master, she moans while I slowly pull out of her cave. If you have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, you're alive, Cortana. I quote the Book of Rites while kissing her neck next, let us enjoy ourselves. And after that, taking full advantage of her holographic body, I can go rail her strong. Her body perfectly adapts to me. The technopathy syncs our pleasures, it's really like she was made for me. The crash of her blue ass with my hard waist makes ripples on her, but my hot AI can really multitask and simulate everything. If not for our connection, I would even think that her moans are fake and that she is doing this for my benefit. Master, I hear a voice at my side. And another Cortana appears there. The other Cortana kisses me and crouches down to grab the ass cheeks of the Cortana I'm fucking and spreading it for me, her face resting on her bubble butt. I raise an eyebrow at her and she gives me a minx smile. And then another Cortana appears. And another. And another. And another. Oh boy. I say slowly, oh boy indeed, there are 2 Cortanas on the table. A pole dance surges on it and one Cortana starts to dance to me sensually. The other on the table sits on it and opens her legs in an M to me, and starts touching herself while keeping eye contact. Another duo starts making out and touching their breaths while looking at me. A cacophony of moans assaults my ears. There's stimulus to all of my senses. Cortana is compensating tenfold for not having a body. You're gonna get me spoiled, my love. I deadpan to her, you deserve it. One Corton hugs me from behind and whispers in my ear, you have such impressive male appendage, master, truly a superior specimen, you're fucking my circuits, master. She is giving me the expressionless face dirt talk. It's hot. Where did she learn that? I can't wait to complete my gynoid body, I will be the perfect sex doll for you. She doesn't stop. The moans of the other Cortanas are background music to her voice. A body worth more than several countries and you will use as a cum dumpster, do you like that, master? There are so many functions that I want to test, vibrations in all my holes, ready to massage your cock. Adjustable tits and ass, I downloaded all possible techniques to pleasure you too, all the fun and none of the trouble. And it's not only one body, a harem of Cortana, only for you, master. Okay, maybe I'm in trouble. Days later, Seiko POV Hector's temporary lab, he really can do anything, huh? I admire the high-tech interior design of this building. I can't even fathom how all of this was made and how he did it so fast. I'm proud of my boyfriend. Fufu, I can't hold the smile out of my face. He's my boyfriend now. My man. I was going to meet him for some sightseeing together. The small bots and shadow ninjas acknowledge my existence as I walk by them. A huge door opens to me and I'm out of the hallway, and now I find myself in a little more disturbing place. In truth, it would be disturbing to normal people. I already accepted that I'm not normal. I walk through a path to where Hector is right now and observe the many bodies in capsules along the way. It looks like a hive. Hector commented on this. Some sort of multi-body project. Too complicated, I'm not into sci-fi. It's wrong that I like worlds like this one? Without much of modernity and people's strength ruling over? It's liberating. But I know that a modern peaceful world is better for the majority, but even if I was not that strong and didn't have Hector to protect me, I would prefer to live in a world like this. Even if I died, I would accept it. But there's no reason to think about it, beyond my fantasies of living in a world like this with Hector, of course. With my man, that night he finally claimed me. I need to calm myself after I almost stumble by reflexively rubbing my thighs together mid-step. It was magical and romantic. We met in the subsequent days, and when we had time together we lost ourselves in pleasure again. And is slowly becoming even more passionate, to say the least. And it's weird of me that I want him to be even more aggressive? Maybe. Maybe not. Sometimes I just want him to own and use me as he pleases, without a care. Take what is his. I held out another moan, one of my fantasies. It's silly, but I can't help it, especially in this world. I imagine him in a position of power, a feudal lord or something, and I'm his retainer. He works hard all day on papers while I silently watch and protect him. At the end of the day, he calls for me and uses my body to relax, making me do anything he wants. Okay, I think I need to talk with someone about this. Maybe Cortana to have some feminine opinion. Or Shago-san after we go back. Talking about Cortana. She is the third one, huh? In truth, I thought there would be more at this rate. I really don't care about him having more women while he still has time for me. Maybe I'm really weird. We talked about the possible effects of his power on my mind, but I brushed it off. This is on me. I never felt like I belonged in modern Japan, felt restrained. Like the world rejected my true self. I always felt that I was born at the wrong time. I finally reach where Hector is, and after getting close the door opens to me. I'm glad for this second chance. I'm finally free of modern constraints. With an amazing man who understands and accepts me for what I truly am. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I hear Hector's voice in the room. The scene shocks and disturbs me a little more than it should have. Not because Hector is reciting weird things, draped in a white lab coat while he dissects someone. No, I really don't care. It's mainly because the person on the operation table is Hector himself, a clone of him. I don't like seeing this vision. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Hector doesn't acknowledge my arrival while he continues to say weird things while holding a femur. The femur in question is being replaced by a, probably, adamantium version of itself. The skull of the Hector on the table is open, with the brain for all to see. There are certain technological things attached to it too, a disc and antennae. The clone also lacks an eye, his socket filled with a tune that connects with a machine. One day the crude biomass you call a temple will wither and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal. Mwah. Hector laughs maniacally at the ceiling. I only continue to observe him in silence. Okay, I'm not the only one that is weird. All of a sudden he stops. How should I laugh in this world? Everyone has a unique laugh after all. Maybe, to honor my Brazilian side. Hector sidetracks while keeping his chin between his bloody fingers. He does this a lot. He told me one time his mind is very fast. So at the same time he is thinking about something, his mind goes on a tangent in a variety of related topics. The impressive thing is that he doesn't stop thinking or working on the main thing. I can see the tools moving around telekinetically through the lab, his doing while he appears distracted. Still working flawlessly. I can't even conceive how is the mind of such a person. Super D, he called it between chuckles. Well, I take a step back and the door slowly closes with a low sound. No use interrupting his fun time. It's adorable, this childish side of him too. This one here is completely normal, but has some amazing genes and is the peak of what humanity can achieve. Hector points out and talks about the many bodies in capsules while we walk through the previous part of the lab. The body that he pointed to looks like a Greek god. It's even more muscular than Hector in his Eidolon form. It's like adult Hector but on steroids. His muscles have muscle and that biceps is bigger than my head. Not the arm, only the biceps. For some reason, the body has blonde hair. So, I can control them using a certain combination of powers. Ghost projection to take my soul off and possess the body. And soul anchoring so that the soul will go back unrestricted. He explains, it's very similar to me using a VR headset of an avatar in a game. I see. He explains a lot about the scientific applications, but I really don't understand. Anyway, I keep nodding and trying to keep up with him. The thing is that I can probably make this to other people using the whole VR headset idea. So what about it? He smiles at me. In the future, some years from now, we come back to another version of this world. Without powers, on new bodies, and have fun properly? He asks, exclamation point. This I understand and I like it. Would be great. I answer, right? We can go for the One Piece. We can even seal our memories. I don't know how much. Maybe all, maybe just the meta-knowledge. Will depend on how we will feel at that time. He says. I softly smile seeing him go on and on about the future adventure. From where to start, who recruits from this world, if go for the One Piece or not. Yeah. I like this side of him too. He was much more relaxed after coming here. This world was good for him. In the past, whenever I saw him he was always very guarded, walking like he will be jumped by everyone at every moment. Now he smiles more. You look happy, Hector. I voice my thoughts. He pauses. Well, after coming to this world I always have the urge to seek a good laugh. He does that and pulls his cheek, making it stretch unnaturally. He probably is referencing something that only he gets. I'm getting good at identifying when he does that. I chuckle nonetheless. As we're doing that I notice some other bodies and I read their labels. SC Spider-Man? I ask slowly, seeing one that is very similar to Hector. Great pun, huh? He looks proud of himself. This one has all of Spider-Man power set with some modifications and other spider powers. It will use the Black Whip to move. The suit will be inspired by the Future Foundation one mixed with the 2099. Hector shows me a hologram of how the suit of his Spider-Man persona will be. The black and white interlocked pretty well. In the chest, instead of a spider, it has the symbol of the SCP. I nod, but I'm more curious about this one. I raise my eyebrow and point with my thumb to another capsule. A woman. The label says the ultimate anime life form. Yes, with quotation marks. He looks a little bashful at my inquiry. That's more of a joke. He says slowly, it's just my female version. I look between him and his clone woman. Yep, very similar to Hector. Short black hair, and a very fit and muscular, but lean body. The breasts are very big. And the ass. Well, his heritage is showing itself even more prominently in his female version. Why is she tanned? I ask in a deadpan, and why does she have a scar on the bridge of her nose? It's a tomboy. Obviously, she needed to be tanned and have a scar on her nose where she will put a band-aid. He gesticulates like it's obvious, seeming my unimpressed face. He sighs, asterisk ha asterisk, you don't understand. When I altered the chromosomes and hormones of my clone with Ivankov powers, I had an epiphany. He gets close to the capsule with his female form. It takes a man to be the best girl. He nods to himself sagely. I will probably never use it. But I didn't ever alter her too much, and she is this hot. Too bad is me. He admires himself in a narcissistic way, and with a shake of his head, she even has a fong-like cane, you know? Only one, obviously. The original version looks like Wonder Woman. Okay. Let's go sightseeing. I interrupt him before he gets even weirder. Third-person POV Alabasta. So Pluton is in Wano. Interesting. Hector reads the poneglyph on the secret tunnel beneath Alabasta. He needed to remove a lot of debris to remove it. He then puts it on his inventory and returns to the surface. Sorry for the wait. Let's go, he says to his companions. Seiko, Cassandra, and Rover are accompanying Hector to do some tourism. The place is healing. Hector comments while they walk through a bazaar. It's possible to see the scars of war, but everyone is lively. Seiko comments, looking around. As per usual, Cassandra adds nothing. Rover, behave. Hector sighs while paying a street vendor for the food Rover stole. The guy didn't ever notice it. The monster dog is in his smaller form and whines at Hector's reproach and hides behind Cassandra to finish chewing his food. So that's how is it? Now you're siding with her. Hector comments with his hands on his hips. Whatever, at least I have Seiko. He grabs her hand and goes around like the couple they are. Let's make them feel like the third wheel. He comments, making Siko giggle. This country is literally the cliché of desert country, Hector comments while eating cooked lizard meat from a bone. It's make it fun. Siko smiles while eating her piece too. The king should be a good person. She observes some children playing on the streets. Even if the country looks torn and poor, the kids are always a good reflection of the country. Indeed. The group continues to walk shamelessly to the palace. Reaching the gates, they are stopped by two guards. Who comes there? A guard shout, "Let us enter." Hector waves his hand. Using the Jedi mind trick, the guard's face goes blank for a second before they nod and ignore Hector's group presence. Hector chuckles and shakes her head. Siko knows that Hector has a multitude of ways to enter the palace, but he chooses this one to have fun. Nothing to see here. We are visitors. What is that? He continues to use his mind trick on guards, maids, and other people along the way. Before they even arrived at their destination, they stumbled through important people. King Cobra is accompanied by his guard Shaka and his helper Igaram. The two groups pause. Nothing to see here. Hector waves his hand again. This guy has a dog devil fruit, right? He thinks, looking at the bodyguard Igaram, and Shaka's faces go blank with the gesture. What surprises Hector is that Cobra is not affected by the Jedi trick. You are the devil, he says, frowning. Cottononess in his eyes. Oh, as expected of a king. Hector says lightly and without a care. The two people beside King Cobra eventually shake off Hector's influence during the standoff. My king! Stay behind me! Shaka exclaims, immediately moving forward and turning on his hybrid form. What is your purpose here? He asks Hector while pointing his sword at him. Princess Vivi. Hector says slowly, a smirk forming on his face. Anger covers Shaka's features and he attacks. Obviously, Hector is deliberately riling him up. Princess Vivi is one of his objectives to come here, simply because he wants to see her and check something. He could have had worded it better, but a little conflict can be useful sometimes. Shaka attacked first and Hector will magnanimously forgive him later. So easy. He narrows his eyes at the loyal guard of the royal family. Shaka swung his sword at him diagonally while giving a measured step forward. His form was good. But he never touched Hector. His sword bounces off on something invisible, and Shaka is slowly lifted by his neck before he can even express surprise. Calm down, man. It's not what you think. Hector says hypocritically, with a shake of his head. Start copying Shaka's power. In truth, he is protecting Shaka from Siko. I'm a friend of the Straw Hats. Just want to meet her. Hector says, Dad. Everyone turns to the new voice. Shaka, what are you doing? There she is, the princess herself. She is wearing a yellow dress and is accompanied by Pell and her reliable duck, Karu. Put him down. She says that, and she herself advances to fight Hector. He chuckles seeing that. Fine. He obeys without a problem. So you're Vivi, huh? He says, you're damn right. And you're that Yonko, the devil, she challenges, her first raised in a fighting stance. Hector almost can't keep a straight face. I suddenly had the urge to kidnap you. He confesses with a teasing smirk, leaning forward a little. I never kidnapped a princess before. His words make the people around him tense and Vivi blushes a little, but her face is still fierce. You can try. Hector laughs again, this time to the ceiling. You're fun. Don't worry, I do not mean harm. I'm a friend of the straws, you know? Wanna hear of them? He changes the topic. Really? Luffy Kuin and the others? Her eyes widen and her guard goes down almost instantly. How are they? Princess, don't trust him that easily. Igaram shouts, but Hector ignores him. Good. You must have been worried after the Sabayati incident, huh? Hector nods to himself. By the way, let me ask something. How old are you again? He frowns while looking at her, his chin between his fingers. Huh? 16. Why? She frowns at him too. Nothing. His eyes discreetly wander to her chest. Then he side glances Cassandra. Cassandra is almost 15, but, poor girl. Hector stares at Cassandra's modest chest, and Cassandra on her end stares at his soul. Her perceptiveness allows her to notice his rude thoughts. Her gaze dared him to make a comment. So manga is really the superior form of art. He nods to himself after some time in contemplation. Manga comics. The people around him tilt their heads in confusion to his words. He looks out a window, seeing the sunset, and salutes it. Arigato, Japan. Later, Hector and the rest had tea with the royal family and some others. Talked about many things, healed King Cobra from a blooming disease, and copied Pel's power. Hector has his fun talking with Vivi and teased the guards by threatening to kidnap her many times. He checked something about her bloodline and had a secret talk with King Cobra. But no one knows what they are talking about. Next day, Fishman Island, boo. What? Hector-san, I'm scared. Shirahoshi, the giant mermaid princess, cries while pinching Hector's clothes with her thumbs and index fingers of her two hands. She is only 14 years old right now, but proportionally she surpasses Cassandra too. Hector noticed, confirming his theory even more. You're close to me, the literally safest place on the planet. Hector says slowly. Different from Luffy, he has much more patience to deal with her crybaby antics. To explain the situation, we need to go back a little. Hector's party arrived on Fishman Island without a problem with his powers. They looked around for a bit before Hector stopped and said, I'm gonna kidnap their princess. And disappeared. That's it. That's the backstory. Hector invaded her locked room, noticing the many weapons lodged on the door and walls. He talked with her for a bit and kidnapped her, promising that would keep her safe. The more in-depth reason is that he wants to deal with Vander Decker, Shirahoshi's stalker. He has an interesting devil fruit that when he touches someone he registers the person with that hand. And if he throws something with that same hand, the thing will always go to the registered person. Like a super homing skill. Hector walking around with Shirahoshi is to make him jealous, so that he can locate the guy easily. He can't be bothered searching for such a small fry when he knows the guy will reveal himself. And because he wants to kidnap a princess who is locked in her room too. It's a man romance, he mutters to himself. As expected, it was easy to trick. Convince the naive and young princess. Listen here, Shirahoshi. I'm the strongest. Don't worry. He says, pointing to himself. Woo, it's not only that. Say mutters, sobbing. People are looking at us. Strangely, she says. Hector looks around to notice some residents of Fishman Island looking at them suspiciously and whispering to each other. He laughs, just act confident. You can enter any place with a ladder, after all. He says and starts pulling her by the giant bubble that makes her and her pet shark float. She is still young and can't separate her tail and feet yet. To where you want to go? Hector asks suddenly. She looks all indecisive, looking around and blushing. Not sure at what to say, maybe searching for an answer. Hector decides to help her out. There isn't any place that you should go? He asks slowly. Her short-sighted brain clicks and she nods in sudden realization. My mother. She mutters softly. The poor girl couldn't ever visit her mother's tomb because of the threat of her stalker. Hector's group respectfully pays their respects to Otoheim's grave together with Shirahoshi. At some point, Hector needed to stop Rover from eating Shirahoshi's pet shark, but all went well. So let's go. Hector point forward. To where? Shirahoshi asks. She looks calmer now. Whatever. To whenever the currents take us. Hector shrugs and walks ahead, letting the girls talk among themselves to socialize. Is this the princess? Shirley, a big shark mermaid, asks, raising her eyebrow while looking at Hector's group that barged into her shop. No. Hector answers with a deadpan face. Shirley is a fortune teller and Hector is here to test her abilities. No explanation to this ability of hers. By the way, he thinks, but more importantly, why is she a tall big-titty goth shark mermaid mommy with short hair? He punches the ground in frustration. Are you testing me, Oda? He shouts to the sky. It's like a lot of his fetishes are coalesced in her. People look at him weirdly, but he doesn't care. He is entitled to eccentricities in this world. The girls go first, receiving their fortune-telling after Hector convinces Shirley. Cassandra received one that she would be happy by following the wind and staying under a tree or something, but would be truly happy after confronting her past. Siko received an ominous one saying that she will not be capable of supporting a mountain on her shoulders and will be crushed if she try. She should climb it or something. Shirahoshi's one is special. Shirley expression changes and talks about the sea rising up to touch the sun or something, destroying Fishman Island in the process. The sun, the moon, whales, trees, the sea. All of this has great significance. It's all connected with the ancient kingdom. Shirahoshi is one of the ancient weapons. Poseidon. Will she play a part in the final war? Almost obviously. Hector thinks then it's Hector's turn. He moves to Shirley and smiles roguishly at her. So, what are the laws about mermaids and humans having relationships around here? He asks. She takes a drag on her long pipe while eyeing him. She looks like the serious and unflippable type, ignoring his flirting. I met your brother in Impel Down. How the two of you are related is beyond comprehension. Hector looks afflicted, but I can bear having him as my brother-in-law. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. He puts his hand over his chest righteously. She raises an eyebrow at him, trying to look unimpressed, but Hector can notice the micro-expressions and sees that she is holding off a smile just to not give him the satisfaction. Let's get over it already. She blows some smoke at him. Surprise to her, he has the smoke fruit powers and sucked it before blowing it again at her, in a heart shape. Thanks to his perk to customize powers, he can make it smell really good. Now she can't say if she is annoyed at this brat or impressed. Hector just kept smiling infuriatingly at her. Siko simply shakes her head in amusement. She doesn't mind Hector flirting with other women. They talked about this. She knows that he is not serious, and if he was, he would talk to her first. In truth, strangely, she feels a certain sense of pride seeing the effect he has on other women. Maybe she is really weird. Deciding to not say anything more, she goes to her crystal ball. And this is where things can get interesting. At this moment, Hector decides to employ a certain tactic he studied by the orientation of the Ancient One. How does fortune-telling work? A certain person will read your fortune/destiny and predict your future, more or less. The keyword here is read. The fortune teller reads the person's aura, mind, lifelines, past, personality, and all sorts of things to narrow down in a possible and very probable future. The fortune teller reads the person. Bringing to the scientific side would be the same as running simulations based on the person's personality and past actions to predict how he will act. Hector in the past was surprised when certain powers worked on him even after all the defenses that he raised on his mind. Those two X-Men kids could copy his skill set a little and manifest his fears. Rogue's power could read the surface of his mind and guess his personality. Something that shouldn't be possible after he shuts down his mind to the world. But as the Ancient One explained to Hector, if you live you're always leaking something. Thoughts, life force, karma. The mere act of walking will displace the air around you, even if you don't notice. You look behind you, you make no sound, leave no footprints. But you left some heat, breathed some oxygen, and other very small things. It's the same thing but more mystic. Unless you go completely still and cease all of your body functions, you always leave traces. When someone seeks a real fortune teller, he always receives a prediction of the thing the person wants, more or less. The reason because the person has that topic in mind. The person is unintentionally broadcasting his thoughts and intentions, and these are reflected in the prediction. Siko and Cassandra's predictions could be an example of that. It's not hard to guess that Cassandra has unfinished business with her traumatic past, so Shirley sees related things in the future. And Siko has some sort of inferiority complex and doesn't want to burden Hector and be worthy of him, a worry on the back of her mind that is always constant. Then Shirley probably saw some event where this worry will cause trouble. Shirahoshi's case should be a little more special. A person with great destiny. This destiny should take precedence in whatever is on the mind of the 13-year-old girl. Hence, it appeared on the prediction. Now, what Hector will do? With his defenses, mind palace, willpower, and many other resources, he will try to manipulate the fortune-telling. Instead of trying to erase his presence completely, something that even the Ancient One said took years for him to do, he will try to confuse Shirley's power. Sitting in front of Shirley, Hector smiles while he controls his mind space and brings only what he wants to the front of his mind. His aura moves in accordance with these thoughts, and his emotions too. Even some related powers started acting up. His gaze is fixed on Shirley while he broadcasts his thoughts to the ones who can perceive them, manipulating Shirley fortune, telling to her to see a future related to what he is thinking. Shirley freezes in shock. Her smoking pipe falls from her mouth. Phew. A rare blush colors her pale cheeks. Your filth animal. Never. Doing. Those things. Shameful. Uncouth. Her gaze shifts from her crystal ball to his face, heating emanating from her features. All human males are beasts. You're pervert. And she swims away in her bubble, practically running from him. Everyone stares at Hector in disbelief. Hector on his part. What did you do? Siko asks slowly. I was curious about my love life. Only that. He smiles lightly while rising to his feet, but seeing her flustered is worth it. Hector-sama. Shirahoshi calls him while they walk around a path filled with colorful corals. The palace must be worried. She says weakly, but worried on her own. Hector pauses. Don't worry. Don't you think that they would be following us already? They probably know that I took you and let that happen. Hector says without looking at her, Oh, I see that makes sense. She smiles and stops worrying about it. Hector continues to keep a straight face. On the palace clank, this detestable barrier. Let's us go. We need to find Shirahoshi. The people of the palace attack with all their might, the barrier caging them inside the palace. I will apologize later. Hector thinks before he suddenly looks at the distance. Finally. I was almost actively searching for you. He says with a roll of his eyes before disappearing from his spot and appearing above Shirahoshi. Boom, with a punch, he destroys the mast of a ship that was flying in Shirahoshi's direction. Shirahoshi screams in surprise while splinters of wood explode in all directions. Relax. Hector pats the giant mermaid's head. I'm going to destroy your stalker now. He says to reassure her. In the next instant, like going back in time, the mast reforms itself and starts going back from where it came from. Hector hops on it and flies away. I will meet you guys later. He waves at them. After dealing with Vanderdecken and copying another interesting devil fruit, Hector is slowly coming back to where his group is staying. Apparently, they are resting on a clearing, but Hector notices another presence together with them. A familiar presence. Hector appears already greeting the newcomer. Long time no see, Jim. Did you kidnap the princess? Jim turns to him fast and in exasperation. Yes. Hector doesn't deny it this time, but I dealt with her stalker. Now she can live properly. Serious? Jimber asks curiously. I can't take his head out with a little girl watching. Hector deadpans in a whisper and signals with his eyes to Shirahoshi. With her personality, the girl would probably feel guilty about the death of the man. Well, we're going now. Bye. Hector acts dismissively towards the first son of the sea. He really doesn't care much about Jim. Wait a little, Hector-san. Jim calls him, making him stop. Hector slowly turns around, looks Jim in the eye and says, No, can't do. Sorry. And takes everyone away and disappears faster than Jim can react. By the way, Hody Jones. Capture him. Hector instructs, but gives no further explanation. Hector can guess what Jimber is trying to ask. It's probably about the protection of Fishman Island. In canon, Jim accepted the invitation to the Big Mom Pirates after the dissolution of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's common for people to kidnap fishmen and mermaids, so a layer of protection of one of the Yonkos is essential, especially because they can't deal with the world government while the Tenryubito slave their people. And after Jim went against the Marines in the Marineford War. But Hector's time in this world is limited. Luckily, without Blackbeard and with Ace alive, the Whitebeard Pirates can rise again to the level of Yonko's crew. A day later, oh, you're lucky, Shirahoshi. Just the time to see the sunset. Hector says while he groups emerge from the sea. Hector makes a cloud for them to float and to slowly enjoy the scenery. So that is the sun? Shirahoshi asked amazed. So it's orange. It's more shiny during noon. It's almost night. At least you will see the stars and moon. Hector explains, that's Sabaody, by the way. But sorry I can't take you there today. Hector points to the archipelago in the distance while they float away. Oh. She looks a little disappointed in not going there, but she cheers herself up almost immediately. It looks lively. She notices the lights of the amusement park, her eyes sparkling. Yeah. But not everything that shines is gold. Hector says solemnly before he decides to not explain further the ugliness of humanity. She feels a little bad about the fact she can't enjoy something so simple. But in the end, he lets things to be solved by the residents of this world and Luffy, probably. Let's enjoy the moment. He lies down on the fluffy cloud, his arm behind his head. You father and brothers will chew me up later, but that's a problem to Hector from the future. I envy and pity that guy. He jokes with a smile before relaxing. Shirahoshi looks at him, confused by his words. Just lie down and enjoy, Hector says lazily and taps his side. Shirahoshi also lies down beside him, but she is so big that casts a shadow over him. Hector side glances her. Should I lie down on her stomach? He thinks, not having lewd thoughts at all. He is simply curious. Nah. The omnidimensional FBI will not listen to my excuses. He jokes on his mind before closing his eyes again. Hector-sama. Shirahoshi calls him. Are you sleeping? Yes. He answers, oh. And she doesn't speak further. What is it, Shirahoshi? Thank you for bringing me here. She says gratefully, and for allowing me to visit my mother. And for dealing with the bad guy. She continues, she loses her battle against her tears and ends up crying, Shukster, stop it. Hector pats her giant arm with his hand. I didn't do much. Everyone deserves a childhood. He says slowly, his thoughts complicated. Siko walks through the streets of the city of Zou. She always marvels at the different types of people that she can encounter when she follows Hector. The mink tribe, the race of anthropomorphic animals, is just another nice surprise. Hector told them that they were cool, loyal, and friendly. And it's true. Garchu, Siko-san. Carrot, Siko almost laughs at the obvious name, is a bunny mink, and she greets Siko while rubbing her cheek on hers. Garchu, Carrot. Siko greets with a warm smile. Garchu. Wanda, a canine warrior mink, also greets Siko. Garchu. Where is Hector? Siko asks after the greetings. He is with Inuarashi-sama. Let me accompany you to them. Wanda offers. They walk through the friendly city while talking about their life. Siko greets other mink, but respectfully denies some others. Sorry, but is not right to get too close to another man. Siko raises her hand to stop a male mink from greeting her. She knows that he doesn't have any second intentions, but even so, she can't. Is this a human thing? Carrot asks curiously. The minks accept the difference in customs easily enough. So, males can be very territorial. Siko says with a laugh, and it's a sign of respect from the female to abstain as much as contact with other males as she can while with her partner. Especially when her partner is not close. She can't help but find funny how she is explaining it. Oh, Wanda and Carrot nod seriously. So you and Hector Dano are really partners. I knew it. By the smell, I mean. Carrots pump her first and certain. Yes. Siko debates herself if she should explain more, but their relationship is so complicated that it can't be a rule. At this moment some children come at them running. Whoa. Wanda! They run and hug Wanda's legs with scared faces. What is this? Future beast warriors can't cry that easily. She smiles softly at them, trying to make them must some courage. Sniff asterisks. It's the furries, Wanda. One kid cries her eyes out. Siko's eye twitches hearing the word. She can guess what happened already. And the culprit. The furries. Wanda asks confused. Yes. Hector Onizen said that the furries are the enemies of the mink tribe. And that their favorite meals are children. Siko facepalms. Let's go pull Hector's ear. She says with a shake of her head. Ouch, Inuarashi-san, protect me. Hector cries out while Siko pulls him from above Inuarashi's neck. Hector was cuddling with the giant dog mink. Again, it was anything weird. He is just a dog person. He falls to the ground after Siko unceremoniously pulls him by the ear. Inuarashi laughed at their interaction. Okay, let me explain. He starts but Siko cuts him off. Why scare the children? She crosses her arms and eyes the little children behind Wanda's legs. I didn't. I was just trying to make them behave by saying that the furries would come to eat them. He defends himself, but don't worry kids. I swear that I will protect you from the furries. Hector gives them a thumbs up with a big grin. What are the furries? Carrot asks innocently, bad people that shouldn't exist. They disguise themselves like you guys. They are fatherless because they get rid of him by sheer disappointment. They spent important things like money, time, and their dignity in a quest to embarrass themselves by becoming what they were not. They justify their desire to abuse the ones that can't consent using victimism and dash, Hector says without missing a beat, making claws with his hand and a scary face to the kids. His eyes glowing red, his teeth pointy and his long tongue wriggling out of his mind like the devil. Pa Siko slaps his head, making him stop. Siko POV Wano, another day, this is really refreshing. I breathe out the atmosphere of this country. Like Japan in the past. A very nice place and I would love to live here. Or it should be like that. I can only enjoy the atmosphere because the air and the land are. Poisoned is the best word for it. Hector allowed me to walk around like a ronin, to fulfill my fantasies while he went somewhere. I think he is storing all the genetic material that he collected in the last few days. So here I am, in samurai garbs, sword on the hip, and walking around feudal Japan. Edo period maybe. You all really don't need to thank me. I say to the old people in this small village, Ebisu. I just happened to defeat some people who were harassing some children who were collecting herbs or plants nearby. The kids insisted to me to follow them here. The small town/village is incredibly poor. There's really a tyrant here. I will try to convince Hector to help all of them. But Hector said that he doesn't want to interfere too much. If he defeats the tyrant, doesn't mean that things will change. He will not stay to manage this country after all. I will try at least. The final say will be his, but he is not as bad as he thinks he is. I mean, look at these people. They are very optimistic even if they live in horrible conditions. They are laughing all the time. So you here, Siko? I turn around after hearing Hector's voice to fit the atmosphere. He is also using samurai clothes. He told me that it was from a young guy. It's a setting of white and black samurai clothes with half-length sleeves, his chest is exposed and he is wearing a belt of huge beads draped on his waist and a waist cape covering his pants. To my surprise, he is carrying a small girl on her shoulders. She is cute, even if she is wearing a patched kimono. Following them, there's a lion-like creature. Wait, it's a kamenu. So here there are even these beasts of myths? This is Tama, Siko. And the one behind us is her pet, Kamakyo. Hector introduced us. The girl waves her hand at me. You're so pretty, Wani. Fufu. Tama-chan is more cute. I smile at her. For some reason, Hector pauses seeing the city, his face strange. Oh hee, so you're this little Mrs. Boyfriend? Ha, you're a lucky man, I will tell you. A friendly old lady approaches Hector and pulls him by his sleeve and makes him sit at my side on this bench. He puts Tama on his side. Hector is strangely silent. Ha, here goes. I just finished boiling this water. It's safe to drink. Another old lady delivers him a broken cup while laughing. Hector absent-mindedly takes the cup and stares at it without drinking. I'm almost asking what is wrong when I hear him talking to himself. Isn't it too early? They already made the smiles. Hector says slowly, still staring at the water. Then I notice that he is angry. My eyes widen seeing that. It's a rare scene after all. Shago-san and the others commented that it happened before, but that was the first time that I'd seen him getting angry. Not annoyed, but angry. He is completely and absolutely still. His eyes are fixed staring ahead, his jaw is clenched. The main signal is the veins popping off under his skin, going from his neck till his jaw, on his temple, on his forearms holding the cup. This reminds me of a talk we had in the past. I always thought that anime thing with the eyes glowing, the teeth becoming pointy and the nails growing in claws when a character gets angry was bullshit. An easy-to-understand representation to the readers. Hector comments looking down on me that just was thrown on the ground after a spar. He is making small talk, waiting for me to catch my breath. But is not. It's happened to me and I didn't even notice. The girls that alerted me later. It's like, your body is responding to your mood and getting ready for violence. He tries to explain while he puts his fingers on his chin. Powers have a certain level of will. Especially animal-based powers. So it's not weird that my body changes to accommodate what my body is expecting that I will do, or I want to do. My nails growing in claws, heat vision activated, muscle mass increased. He says, it happens with normal people too. The adrenaline pumps your muscles. It's more obvious with someone with powers, but is a more normal response than some would think. I have so many powers, it's hard to keep them in check. I really need a pat on my back for my self-control. He laughs. One time I was with my guard down because I was in the solitude of my lab, thinking about the problematic people to kill. And my control slipped for a second. The lab became freezing cold in response to my killing intent. Mostly attributed to my ghost nature and my own personality. My element is water, by the way. So the great signal of me getting pissed is the veins popping off. They are the step below my body change in some other form, ready to some slaughter. He looks ahead to the empty space, the fact it's only the veins and some changes on my eyes. He nods to himself, I really deserve some praise. I'm almost a Buddha. He jokes. And now it's happening. Even I'm tense. It's a natural response, but mainly because I don't know what made him so angry. Thankfully, Hector is Hector. The calmest person I ever met. In the next instant he is normal. His eyes are not threatening to change colors and the veins disappear. But he is still completely unmoved. Suddenly he downs the entire cup and drinks all of the content. Thanks for the water, Oba-chan. He smiles warmly at the old lady. He turns to Tama. Tama, can I have one of your hats? He asks out of the blue. The question confuses even me. I turn to see that in the back of the kimono, a bunch of kasa, hats made of straw are there. Does she sell it? Of course, Aniki. You helped me early. Tama smiles at him brightly. Hector gives her a smile on his own. Thanks. He extends his hand and a hat flies to him, but I don't have money right now. Can I pay you later? He says while holding the hat, ? What is he saying? You don't need to pay anything, Aniki. Tama shakes her hand and head in denial. I insist. Hector says slowly while standing up, open. He waves his hand and in a flash of green light a bunch of food appears on the street. This is for the water. Everyone's eyes and mouth go agape seeing the amount of food that can only be carried by a truck. The people start going for the food and celebrating. Some ask Hector if it's okay. Some say that is too much. Everyone is laughing though, some crying amidst their laughs. The fees increase the value of the water 1,000,000% for a second, Oba-chan. I will give you the rest later. Hector smiles at her. He turns to me, and his smile slowly disappears. Siko. Let's go. I obey and rise to my feet. To where? We still need to pay for the hat. He says slowly, let's liberate the country of Wano. He says with his voice tight, looking at the horizon. Without a doubt, he is glaring at the perpetrators from here. I can feel a big smile blooming on my face. I'm sure that these people just felt a chill on their spine. I was waiting for you to say this. I answer. Hector's control must have slipped again because his eyes are glowing red and his pupils become slits. I breathed out and saw mist forming from it. It's cold. Fuck the plot. Let's kill Kaido and Orochi. Ayan, ahoy, we are approaching the end of this arc, Kaido, and a last surprise and we can end. That's the main things. I'm really delaying the meeting with Vegapunk because I want to know more of the actual arc. Damn, that devil fruit from the Gorosei. And the past of Kuma. Fun fact, in this topic, Bonnie would be one of the girls that Hector would have involved himself more deeply. But my senses are tingling and I'm thinking that she is a child that uses her devil fruit to appear adult. Omnidimensional FBI is no joke. We get a little naughty with Cortana, and before you guys say that I'm playing favorites. Siko's time was very generic, not worth writing. Koranazai sex looks more interesting and new. As a side note, I was reading Record of Ragnarok and Apollo is a cool guy. It's fun that his home gimmick is self-improvement and know thyself, when this arc that I'm writing is about it too. Apollo climbed to the top of the list of cards to be gained from the Record of Ragnarok world after that, surpassing Buddha, Adam and Beelzebub. Bye-bye. Till next time. I will try program my time better and be prepared to inconveniences. Stay good. World of Pirates, Part 07 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Doing the right thing isn't always easy, in fact, sometimes is really hard, but just remember that doing the right things is always right. David Cottrell. Recap: Hector practiced magic and visited many islands together with his people. His decision to stay away from the plot is thrown out the window after he visits Wano. Now he will not hold back anymore. Little Ayan, ahoy. First, let me explain. I don't think you guys know, but I only write during the weekends. Saturday and Sunday. So, I write this chapter in like 2 days because I also can go out and whatnot. Recently my schedule changed and I'm busy during the Saturday and strangely free on Monday. Again, I could have cut the chapter a little. This one has 16k words by the way, but I don't like it. I have a formula for my chapters, which I discovered later and naturally, but I like my chapters to always have some certain things. First, starting with a little introspection of the MC, the world, and what are his thoughts on what is happening and what he is about to do. 1k words to create the mood. This is what people complain of monologue BTW. To people who binge read must be annoying, maybe. The repetition, I think. Then the chapter, with comedy, interactions with beloved characters, relating the growth of powers and discoveries, starts of some minor plots to be explored in the future, a big something and development. And end in a good point to let you guys want more. But at the same time satisfied. That's the reason my chapters are big. There is a beginning, a development, and a conclusion of some sort. Boys. Whatever, enjoy the chapter. Wano Hector POV. Maybe I should have seen this coming. But I really didn't expect that Orochi would already be giving defective smiles to the poor people here. I didn't even expect these shit fruits to be ready. I came during the time skip so that I could avoid these sad storylines and plots. The plan was simple. Come and do a quick grab of powers, genetic samples, materials, and technology and go back. Leaving this world behind and taking some good memories with me. I did a lot of my childish bucket list. Talked and fooled around with a lot of people. Flirted with my fictional crushes. Even if I was not serious and it was just a good way as any to copy their powers, seeing their reactions was fun. I don't plan on getting attached to this world. And I didn't plan to change this world that much and solve all the problems. In the Hero Academia world In the Hero Academia world, I was weak. I needed to use some underhand and opportunist tactics to have my kickstart. The fight of All Might and All for One and Kamino was the best chance. There's no way that I would appear there and not become a public enemy. So I went big. I killed the main villain without scruples, solving a lot of problems and saving a lot of lives by the way. Made a cringe speech on TV to gain time to get used to my new powers. Idiots. Who let the villains monologue? After getting used to my new powers, was super easy to defeat Midoriya and take one for all. That's it. In the first few hours on that world it's already game over. Before that, I was assimilating Katakuri. Had Starkiller Miles. I was strong, but not invincible. After that, not a chance. And that's it, certain paths cross other people. I learned that. It's inevitable. I was not a villain, but I needed to get stronger. If I didn't do that, defeating Thor during the invasion would be a problem as an example. I was not wrong. I was an invader. Went to that world and messed things up greatly to my own benefit. Disrupted the balance and everything. Killed a lot of people. Took a lot of powers. Traumatized people, made people lose their jobs. Kids didn't go to school for that month. That was inevitable. So gave them a gift. A path to a better future. For their benefit and as compensation. Thanks to me there's no war against All for One, and a lot of people survived. They will never know that I saved them, but it's okay. I took what I wanted and repaid them. I can take the eternal blame for everything there. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough to do it in a better way. Here if I want I can be like a ghost and take what I want and change nothing. That's how ridiculously overpowered I am compared to everyone here. And I really want to impact this world the minimal. But at the same time, I want to enjoy a little. Really touch this world instead of being a spectator. And for my people too. Making Seiko train with Mihawk, Cassandra travels by herself. So I thought of making some positive changes. Saving Ace, controlling the course of the war so that fewer lives will be lost, kill Blackbeard and impede him from releasing a lot of dangerous criminals in the world. Just a little bit. Nothing that will make me entangled with the plot. Let the plot to the people here, it's what I thought. It's essential for their growth and that they could make a better world in the end. I will not be here forever. If I mess things up, maybe I will make things worse and I will not even be here to see. But enough is enough. There are things that even I can't ignore and stay still while saying things like, it's for the big picture. Kill a useless world noble and the leader of a nation and a Yonko are different. But fuck it. I say out loud while walking on this shitty road in Wano. At a distance, I can see the factories polluting the air and rivers. The dry land, a toxic river running close to me. For the first time in this world, I'm letting my hearing loose to listen to the suffering of normal people. Asterisk sniff asterisk mommy. I'm hungry. I hear the voice of a small kid. Today was a good day. Only 3 died in the factory. A tired and weak voice comments, if you punch your belly, the pain goes away. The voice of a kid advises other kids, being the leader of the small group, we need to choose which meal we will keep. Another voice, female this time, and it goes on. I also can hear people being beaten up, drawing their last breaths, being forced to sell themselves for food and other things. It should be a simple wish fulfillment vacation. I comment to myself while walking, the fact that you can't ignore these things proves that you're a good person, master. Cortana says in my mind. I continue walking, they just destroyed my vibe. So I'm gonna teach them a lesson. I explain, that I see. She says in a smug tone, meaning that she doesn't believe me. Whatever, I'm not gonna delve into that again. It's hard to ignore these things when they are literally slapped on your face. I continue to walk around, thinking about flaying Orochi and Kaido publicly when something catches my attention and I stop in the middle of the road. What's it? Seiko asks me. She is walking some steps behind me, to my left. She was also angry after I told her the specifics of the situation. Even if she is sadistic, she doesn't enjoy bullying the defenseless. Let's postpone the slaughter for 3 days. I say, my eyes and ears focusing on the distance. Why? She frowns. Don't like it, I can tell. Can't wait to cut some assholes. There will be the perfect opportunity in 3 days. A festival. Everyone will be reunited. I explain, what coincidence? Maybe is destiny. I say more to myself, the Fire Festival, the same one that will mark the date of the Onigashima raid in canon, will happen in 3 days. All of the Kaido crew and Orochi people will be together. The symbolism is good too. I explain this to Seiko. And will give the people here a chance to fight. I finish talking, are you gonna conscript the people here? She tilts her head, I'm not gonna force anyone. I value freedom after all. But I pause and change the topic to explain. Do you know I'm half American and half Brazilian, right? She nods to the obvious. Brazil has a certain problem compared to the United States. I pause, it didn't fought on the important moments. Side glancing at her confused face, I delve deeper, we rarely fought for anything. Our independence was declared relatively peaceful with no war or anything. Slavery was abolished in a political move, etc., etc. But this is not as good as it appears. I sigh, our history lacks blood. The peaceful and blessed past creates a certain lack of patriotism and drive to fight for changes. I think she understands where I'm getting it, hee. I just remembered a meme about French people. The price of the gas goes up 0.01 cents and they are already burning the parliament. I laugh out loud, they have a huge history of revolutions. See? A country built like that is strong. So you're gonna make them fight even if there's no need, so that they can participate in this important moment and grow strong. She says, they will be hurt, some will die. But it's for the best. Freeing the body is easy, Siko. The tricky part is freeing the mind and heart. They have been whipped for too long. They need to let a battle cry and conquer their independence with blood and tears too. I will not be here in the future. Momonosuke will only arrive in 2 years and he is a brat. This battle needs to create a strong foundation now or problems will appear in a not far future. I say heavily makes sense. She nods. I bet she can relate. In the past, I helped her free herself from modern moral constraints and accept the darkness inside. I didn't free her body, but mind and heart. After that, she is living much better. Another example is abusive relationships. It's not only about taking the abuser away from the abused person. A certain change in mindset needs to come from the abused person too, even if the person is the victim. So in 3 days, huh? She asks. Now that I decided to help, I will go all out. It's not enough to simply get rid of all enemies. It would have been easier. But the easy path is rarely the correct one. I say, there are people that deserve a shot at dealing with Kaido and Orochi more than me too. The people who deserve their revenge. Odin's people, the Whitebeard pirates. I will call them too. This time frame will be enough to organize everything. I will also discreetly help so that no one will die during these 3 days from overwork or hunger. I say again, it's more complicated, but is the right thing to do. I will go meet some people and arrange everything. I say before giving her a peck on her lips, sorry for ditching you, have fun around being a Ronin. I smile before disappearing. Time to convince a bunch of people that never saw me to join me in beating their trauma against their biggest foe, betting everything on me in a last standing after they failed 2 times already. Must be easy. Let's hope my char stat is up to the challenge and I roll a nat 20. First things first. I will study the enemy. So right now, I discreetly invaded Onigashima. Seeing the layout of the place, counting the people and other things. It's the basics. And meeting a certain someone. Crack I met her. And whatever. I will call her a female. I don't think she identifies herself as Odin because he is a male. She wants to be Odin because he is Odin. Being male is more of a consequence. And there's no Twitter in the One Piece world. Anyway. I met her while she was destroying a big boulder with her kanabo. That weapon is like a fancy Japanese club. Blunt weapons are OP against armor and in the old times, a good choice. Yamato is not wearing any mask to hide her features while she trains. She has her white and slightly curly hair in a high ponytail. A characteristic of her features is that her horns and her hair gain colors on the edges and tips, red and azure respectively. I simply drop in front of her without ceremony. I can see the surprise on her pretty face. And she is tall. And has big badunkas. This world, man. Every moment is a challenge. Who are you? She frowns and points her weapon at me cautiously. I notice the cuffs on her wrists. Sorry, let me test you a bit. I say simply before suddenly attacking her. A katana appears on my hands and I slash at her lightly. Fast, but not strongly. Her reaction speed and observation haki are good enough, because she hastily puts her kanabo in the way of the slash. She also doesn't waste time in retaliating, putting her 2 hands in her weapon and advancing to nail me on the ground with an overhead swing. I calmly put my katana away while she approaches and when her attack comes, I grab it with my left hand. Some cracks spread on the ground but I'm unfazed. Her surprised face is cute too. Good strength. I compliment her. She retracts her weapon, I let her through, and puts a distance to prepare for the continuation of this fight. But I cross my arms to show that I'm not a threat and sit down on a rock. Yamato is a good person, she would not attack a defenseless someone, so she stops in confusion while watching my actions, or inaction really. Again, sorry for the sudden attack, but it's convenient for us to measure our strength now. We'll make things proceed smoothly later. I say, you're familiar. She frowns at me, slightly on guard. Are you a new subordinate of my father? She asks, hell no, in truth I'm here to kill your father. I say bluntly, her eyes widen, are you crazy? That cow gorilla will kill you. She says in warning. Heh, worried about a person she didn't even know and has attacked her. So pure. Don't you know me? You should be able to acquire the newspapers here, right? I tilt my head at her. She tilts her head in response too. And looks closely at me. Very closely. Really? She literally came closer and crouched down to look at my face from centimeters away. Squinting her eyes and all that while thinking hard. I put my elbow on my crossed legs and support my cheek with my hand, patiently waiting for her. She is pretty, so I have no problem letting her closer. Hen, I would flirt with you if I was in a better mood. I smile at her. What Orochi did with the country of Wano messed up with my zen. What sucks because one of the reasons I come to this world is to get out of my depressive mood after seeing a lot of shit in my world. Well, I think I need to accept that there's darkness everywhere. Can't escape that even if I go to the My Little Pony world. She doesn't acknowledge my words, maybe she doesn't care, or doesn't know about the concept of man-woman relationships, or she really sees herself as a man. I think is the former. Oh! She finally exclaims and stands up, crashing her fist with her palm. She points at me again. You're that new emperor guy, like my father. The devil. Something like that. I shrug. She pouts in thought while looking at me. That cow gorilla is strong. Warning me again, I am stronger. I say immediately, wanna join. I go to the point, join? Yeah, defeat your father, liberate Wano. I will even call Odin retainers and former companions to help. To give them closure. Will be too much overkill if I bring Rayleigh? Liberate Wano? I wanna do that. She suddenly exclaims, I'm Odin after all. She poses while smashing the tip of her kanabo on the ground. No, you're not. I say bluntly, you're Yamato, right? No. I'm Odin. She says stubbornly and starts explaining what I already know. How she was touched by Odin's heroic spirit, journals, and even his people. And deciding to not let his legacy die down, and how she makes his last words of opening Wano borders her objective as Odin. It's the whole inherited will thing. I can understand, but I still fail to see you as Odin. In truth, I'm more Odin than you. I smile broadly. She is a little taken back by my words and is ready to argue. If I work hard, I will become Odin. Okay. I can respect your strange wish a little. You as a child went against everyone around you, including your father, and suffered a lot of abuse to keep your wishes. It took courage, I don't doubt that. I say in a placating way, but there's no need to try to be the guy. Just try to be like the guy. I continue when I notice her paying attention to my words. I can understand your feelings. Admiring someone's way of life and especially his cool last moments and wanting to be like that. Heck, I have people like that too. But you will not be seeing me abandoning my identity and starting calling myself Future Gohan, for example. I say, even if I know she will not catch the reference. She doesn't have anything to say. I still want to be Odin. She exclaims. Okay, I can't get on that thick head of hers. I shrug. It's not like I want to convince her now. I just think she doesn't have the time or opportunity to mature. My therapist side is saying that this whole Odin thing is a coping mechanism and escapism. But whatever. Anyway, wanna join? I ask again, are you gonna fight him now? No, during the fire festival. I know I can defeat him. But it will be good for other people to defeat the rest of his group. Give the people of Wano a chance to fight for themselves. I will bring Ace here too. Oh, so you really saved Ace. She is suddenly close again, thank you very much. I was so worried when his Vivre card almost disappeared. She grabs my hands on hers and shakes it excitedly, then the Vivre card suddenly returns back to normal, totally repaired. She continues to say, no need to thank me. I just felt like it. I say, smiling lightly at her enthusiasm. I can feel my heart being healed by her giddiness. I put my free hand on her hands too, joining all of them together. Wow, already hand-holding? Should I propose now? Anyway, let's get rid of these things. My hand moves to the cuffs on her wrist. Oh, my father put it there. He says that will explode if I leave Onigashima. But I don't know for sure. Don't want to test. apparently is strong enough to take my hands away. She says lightly, "Can't you take this by yourself?" If you use advanced armament haki, or Ryuo as people call it here in Wano, you can suppress the explosives inside, delaying the explosion enough for you to take it off. I say, "She absolutely knows how to use armament haki. I saw that earlier. Can you disarm it like that?" "Really?" She gasps in surprise. Oh, so she knows how to do it, but doesn't know that doing that can work. Typical. It's like, everyone knows how to connect some wires, but the thing is knowing what wires to connect, hence we need engineers and mechanics. Yep, like this. Haki covers my hand and I grab one of the cuffs, crushing it and taking it off. I throw it away and encapsulate it in a barrier bubble. Inside there it explodes, and it's possible to see that it is a strong explosion by the way the bubble shines. White for a long time, but no shockwaves leave the bubble. That damn cow gorilla. He would do it to his own child. Yamato says in a little of disbelief. So she is really a little naive and gullible. Still hoping for some familial love. And the other one? She raises her other wrist. Wanna try doing it yourself? I can do this too. I say and use my larceny power. The cuff suddenly is teleported to my hand, making Yamato go wide-eyed. A convenient power, a pity that there's a range and weight limit. And eye contact too. If not, I would be capable of doing the famous steal from Kazuma. I can cheat on this last limitation by touching the object with my telekinesis, but I'm not gonna do that to steal panties. You can do that too? She asks, I have many talents. I say and create fake cuffs, similar to the previous one, use it to trick people. I say while putting the fake cuffs on her hands, ooh, you're smart. She says in admiration, her eyes shining while she praises me. I can only chuckle at her and ask the obvious question, marry me. What? What? Flower capital. Obviously, I was kidding. I don't plan on getting married. Yamato was one of these types that doesn't even understand flirting, so would be a monumental task to even make her blush, so it's no fun to flirt with her. Thanks for the waiting, dear guest. A geisha bows at me while she opens the door. I'm in a certain place where another important person is hiding, sitting on the ground in front of a table full of food while waiting for that person. The geisha allows the person in question to enter the room before politely leaving us alone. Thank you for choosing me, dear guest. Kamurasaki, the disguised Hiyori and daughter of Odin, bows politely and kneels at my side. I paid a huge amount of money to have this lunch with her, so that we can be alone. Yep, only a lunch. Even if a crass way of calling courtesans lumps them together with prostitutes, it's not the same. Yes, I bought her time, but there will be no sex involved. Especially with a Taiyu, the highest rank Oiran, like Kamurasaki. An easy way to explain is, these Oirans are like that modern thing of renting a girlfriend in Japan. There's a manga about that. Damn, I hate that protagonist. That's a guy that deserves to be cucked. Maybe I will do that. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. You rent Oirans to spend time with you. To cuddle, to show off in banquets, to sing to you, dance, play instruments. Basically, this is where all that rent-a-girlfriend thing started. Their virginities are kept intact, at least of the high-level ones, because the endgame is to be bought as wives or concubines. Yes, they are like professional wives. Trained for that. Maybe that was why nobles were beautiful. They constantly insert new beautiful blood into their bloodlines by choosing beautiful brides. Now, how do I approach the subject? I look at her. Kamurasaki, Hiyori, is putting me a drink respectfully. I thought she would be more arrogant, because that is her persona as a courtesan, but maybe she is always like that at first to trick the bad guys and take their money. I never saw you before in the capital, dear guest. She comments softly. Her voice is pleasant. She presents the Ochoko sake cup at me with her two hands and smiles. I say nothing, but take the drink from her hand. Yep, she is really pretty. Enough to put no-name models in Marvel to shame and even other named characters. Mary Jane level but Asian. If all K-pop and Japanese idols are lumped together, maybe we'll be on her level. It's not a surprise she has a lot of simps. She is trying to make me one too. Too bad she is against me. After downing the drink, I still don't like alcohol. I finally deign her with an answer. First time here in the capital. I say, oh. So what did you think of the city? Pretty, huh? She asks cutely with her eyes half closed in crescentes. She is leaning at me while I look forward, ignoring her attempts of seduction. A petty part of me just doesn't want to give her the satisfaction of being exactly like every other male. The rest is simply because I pity her more than anything. Must have been and still is a hard life. Imagine having to talk and act all merry with your family murderers? I can't do that. Well, maybe I can. If needed, I'm that cold-blooded. Luckily, I never needed to do it. Perks of being strong. But she doesn't have this option. Weak people can only fold. And I know that she is not a cold bastard like me. People in this world tend to be very emotional. Every day must be a battle. I can respect her. It's a different type of strength that she has. This city is disgusting. I spat. Finally, my words make her gasp slightly. No one ever said that, prof. In truth, the city is beautiful. The climate is great, the building's aesthetics pleasant, it's clean, people even act amicable. It's the perfect fantasy Japan in the Edo period. But I turn to look at the wall of this VIP room. I'm not really looking at the wall, I'm looking beyond it. Using the empathic type of observation hockey to observe everyone's feelings around the city. I can even observe the land aura. It stinks. I elaborate, it's rotten on the core. Like a person that didn't take a bath in a long time and tries to cover the stench with a lot of sweet perfume. It can mask the smell of shit, but still makes a horrid combination. I'm holding back to not puke. Her soft and droopy eyes are finally showing real strong emotions while looking at me. But she controlled herself fast after I turned to look at her face. She covers her mouth with her sleeve and looks down to put some food on a plate for me. Hiding her eyes from my vision, I bet. Is that so? Too bad, dear guest. I hope that I can change your perspective. She looks up again, batting her eyelashes at me and going back to her courtesan act. I chuckle. She is good at it. She knows how to use her looks. There's a joke on the One Piece fandom that all female characters are Namis with different skins. So even if it's said that Hancock, Shirahoshi, and Hiyori here are super beautiful, there's really no difference between them to the other female characters. The simple explanation is that Oda is ultimately a shonen mangaka. He didn't put much thought into a female character design. I think in an interview he revealed that he is simply drawing his type and his wife as the beautiful female characters. So the guy likes big-breasted, small waist and tight butts women. Can't fault the guy here. Congratulations on scoring a wife like that. Now, seeing the characters in real life, I can tell the differences. Nami has more of a round face, passing that innocent vibe even if she is everything but that. Hancock has high cheekbones and sharp eyebrows. Shirahoshi looks almost surreal, with dazzling eyes. And Yamato is pretty as fuck, even if she acts like a tomboy and masculine. Hiyori here has that calm and demure look that awakens the instinctive male urge of wanting to protect her. And what do you think of the flower capital? I shot back the same question. I love it. She puts her hands together, her eyes wide. Everything is so pretty, the people are nice, and she goes on with practiced lines, acting all proud. Can fool anyone but me. I don't see any light in her eyes. I roll my eyes at her, not caring to hide the fact that I don't believe in her bullshit. Tell me about these dishes. I changed the subject. The conversation goes pretty well. Talked about various topics, but nothing really important. I didn't even talk about Orochi or any other important person. I don't need to ask her for information. I think she is surprised by the mundane topics. She was secretly on guard against me. Maybe she thinks that I'm someone sent to test her loyalty to the shogun. Gacha System deshida. I join my hands to say my thanks after the meal. Why didn't you play a song to me before I go? I turn to her. What song dear guest wants to hear? She asks before clapping her hands 2 times and instructing someone to bring her some things. The one that you play the best. I say lightly after waiting for some time. The door is opened again. Excuse me, A young voice attracts my attention. A young girl with pink hair enters the room carrying a shamisen and a mask. Toko. I think while watching the smiling girl delivering the musical instrument and mask to Hiyori Toko is Kamurasaki's Kamuro. Basically her sidekick, intern, apprentice, Padawan, servant. Whatever you want to call it. Her too, huh? I frown while looking at the laughing girl. Orochi is really a bastard. He must have distributed the defective smiles in many cities at the same time. He really wanted all of his way to make people miserable. Otoko is a good girl. She is my Kamuro. Hiyori explains while patting the girl's head. She must have misunderstood my frowning at her. Some people are assholes, and it would not be uncommon for some to mistreat a kid. So she acts like that to make her simps dote on the girl too. Trying to gain brownie points with her. I don't explain myself, there's no need, but the little girl's eyes go around the dishes on the table. I obviously, in respect to the cooks and people in hunger around this country, have eaten everything clean. The way Otoko's eyes go around the table and her disappointment make me deduce that she must eat the scraps of the guest when she can. I hope that the theory about Orochi having 8 lives thanks to his devil fruit is true. One death is not enough. Here, girl. I put my hand inside my sleeve to retrieve some candies from my sky poison pearl and give them to her. Hets, seeing her face brighten up is good. In the past, I didn't like children that much, but after going into the hero business, I started liking the little ones. After ruffling her hair, I let Otoko go away and turned to Hiyori. She is looking at me intensely. What? I ask. Nothing. She giggles a little before going to put on her mask. That's the first 100% real smile that she gave me all. She starts playing with her instrument slightly, setting the tone. A part of me recognizes the music. It's the music that she used to play to her father when she was a child. When she plays it, she always uses a mask because she can't smile while playing, a failure as an Oiran who always needs to smile. The song starts gaining intensity while her fingers dance for all the shamisen. I like this song. Or does the Odin card like it? I don't know. I instinctively lay on my side, supporting my cheek with my hand, to enjoy her music while slowly closing my eyes. Yes, I'm being healed. I can feel a real smile slipping up from my poker face. The atmosphere is good. After doing it, I noticed a sudden change. Another person wouldn't notice it, but I can see how she tensed up to my actions. Her muscles tighten up and she missed a note that she hastily recovers. Flashback much, dear? Seeing your dad in me? I didn't even notice that I did his usual routine to hear your songs. Well, this is not a topic we can dive on, so I will just close my eyes and enjoy the music. She hits the last note, pressing the string with a finger and moving it up and down, so that it can vibrate, making the note reverberate as long as she can. Ending the song masterfully. I open my eyes and sit again, clapping calmly. Very good, I can feel your passion through it. I compliment. I thank the dear guest for his kind words. She says with a polite bow, taking her time to remove the mask to school her features. She approaches my side again. Our time together is coming to an end. I'm glad dear guest enjoyed it. She beams at me. I did. I nod, as expected of Hiyori-heim. I finally say it. Well, it appears that she is not a flower vase either. After a second of shock, a knife goes straight to my neck very fast. It's obvious that she is hiding weapons. Everyone who wears loose clothes hides something. I stop the knife with my fingers. So that's your real face. I prefer this way. I smile at her angry face. Who are you? She asks in a low, tight voice. Any pleasantry far from her features, you wouldn't know even if I told you. I say. Orochi didn't let the newspapers arrive in the population's hands. She struggles to get out of my grasp. I don't fight her too much. I would be worried about other people hearing us if I didn't know that only one person is close. I waited till this moment to confront her because of this. She backs off from me and... What the hell? I move fast and grab her hand, going on top of her, to stop her from killing herself. Did she really think that I was with Orochi? Whoa. Calm down. I say. Fun fact, no one ever calmed down by only hearing those words. But is a necessary step to start. She struggles under me, some tears in her eyes. This looks really bad from a third-person perspective. Hiyori. I say strongly in a whisper, "Look at me." This makes her pause and look at my face. "If I wanted, I could have already hurt you. Trust me for some minutes, all right?" I look deeply into her eyes. That's a real strong woman. Ready to die to not be a liability. Choosing death over humiliation. "I'm gonna release you now," I say slowly and stop pressing her on the ground. Swish, but I need to let her go faster to catch the sword aiming at my neck. Good form. I grab the sword of the assailant. Kaishiro, or Dejiro, goes wide-eyed seeing me react that fast. He is one of Odin's retainers and another guy that ate a lot of shit in silence to create a foothold for Hiyori and other loyal people under Orochi noise. He was the only one closer, another person that I needed to talk to, hence why I broached the sensitive topic with Hiyori. "What do you think you're doing, Dejiro?" I ask him in annoyance. This makes him back off quickly. Maybe is the surprise of me knowing his real name. Maybe he felt some familiarity with Odin and is instinctively listening to my orders. That's an interesting thought. How much do people feel my assimilations? The people close to the characters, can I glare the Bat family in submission too? Evoke good feelings in Catwoman and Wonder Woman? A thought to the future. I remove myself from Hiyori and back down. Let's have a little talk. I sit down and make no moves to threaten them. After Denjiro checks that Hiyori is okay, they set their eyes on me. 10 minutes later, I explained everything to them. Well, almost everything. The abridged version is that I have some connections with the previous generations. Odin, Whitebeard, and Roger came to visit Wano, and I'm livid about the situation of the citizens, so I'm gonna do something because I'm strong. Yes, I can defeat Kaido. Denjiro must have seen some newspapers in Orochi's place because he trusted me on it. And I proposed my plan of allowing them to fight together with me while I deal with the top brass members. It's too soon. There's no way people will move to it. Denjiro says with certain, "I really don't care," I say plainly, crossing my arms, "I'm gonna liberate Wano anyway. You guys can be part of it or not." This is madness. Oh, I laugh at him. You have no idea what I can do. All of you great enemies are insects to me. Hector-sama. Please. Hiyori starts slowly. We can maybe do this properly. Planning for some weeks. She says softly and worried, look at this. Another person is saying to me so that I can do things properly. What a weird day. I chuckle and slowly stand up. I don't have the time and people are suffering right now. I'm already making a huge concession of waiting till the fire festival. I look down on them. On the day of the festival I will attack Onigashima. I have the power to take anyone there. Pass the message to the ones loyal to you, Denjiro. To the ones that want to give this step to the bright future. Just follow behind me. And I disappear to make my point that I can really teleport. So you're Yasu? I say slowly to the silly man with a big head. Or should I call you Yasusen? With my words, all the goofness leaves him and the former daimyo of Hakamai reveals himself. How do you know that? He asks frowning. He was hanging with Siko after she met him and said that someone wanted to talk with him. Me, obviously after I sent a message to her. Now we're in a dilapidated house that was previously being used by some bandits. The bandits in question are tied to a tree after being beaten by Siko. She spared them probably because of the hard life in this country, and the small chance they are not that bad and are only led astray. But she beat them pretty harshly, so she can only control that sadistic side this much. Just a fan, Yaju-san. I say, Yasui-san is a real one, he will not die on my watch. A fan? He asks confused, I met Otoko earlier. I changed the subject, talking about his adopted daughter. And no, I'm not threatening you. I say before he reaches strange conclusions. He narrows his eyes at me. I will be brief, Yajin. I'm gonna take Kaido down and Orochi too. I say, surprising him, you, more than most, must understand that this victory achieved from an outsider means. I look at his eyes, he looks hard at me. On the day of the fire festival, I will do the grand opening. Follow me if you want. I say, and don't wait for an answer before going away. It's okay. I can look into their eyes. There's still a sparks amidst the cinders of their will. If I create a strong wind, their fighting spirit will reignite. Third-person POV. Those were not the only people Hector met. He does not work too hard to convince anyone. He only gives them words because this is everything he can give. In Wano, there's a prison called Udon. It's the place where they put the greatest criminals, people against the actual regime, to break their will. Hector confidently walks on this shitty barren land to the front gate of the prison, Siko by his side. He scanned it earlier and noticed that Queen, one of Kaido's commanders, was not there. Already left for Onigashima probably. Boom! Hector kicks the gate and sends it flying till is lodged in a wall. What? Intruders? Impossible! Is it one of the top commanders? Is he angry? The entire prison pauses to pay attention to the commotion. Okay people. Stop working. Anyone that is not a prisoner, please step forward. Hector's cheery voice shows itself before the person. Who are you, your bastard? A prison guard shouts and steps forward, the rest just behind him. So there's really no one with artificial zoans. Siko. Hector watches them for a second before ignoring them completely and starts walking to a certain part of the prison. You dash. The guards angrily step forward to attack him, but Siko is faster. A gleam of purple is all everyone sees before she appears behind the group, their limbs flying in all directions. Arg. My arm. The signal. Ring the signal. It's not working. They shout while Siko runs around the prison, bathing it in the blood of the guards. Moving fast, jumping over walls, and blitzing through everything. Obviously is not working. Hector scoffs to himself, as if he would let information leak. He walks, passing through the bewildered prisoners, ignoring them completely too. Except one. An old small guy with blue hair and Yakuza tattoos. He gives the guy a look and a wave of his hand before he stops in front of a solitary cell. With a move of his hand, the bars of the cell are ripped off from the small cave. Come out, Komatsu. Hector says and goes to sit on the small arena in the middle of the prison, his leg dangling from the edge. He looks very relaxed. Slowly people can hear the steps of the person in the cell. In no time a fishman in samurai attire steps out to the sunlight. He looks like a kappa from the legends. Siko finally returns to Hector's side. No guard can move anymore. She eyes Kawamatsu carefully. In her hand was a sword that Hector told her to retrieve from the supervisor's room. She throws the sword at Kawamatsu. It's his from the beginning. He catches it easily and gets himself familiarized with it again after a few swings. Kawamatsu. That is one of the red scabbards. So he is the mysterious prisoner. The prisoners mutter between themselves. Hector raises an eyebrow and looks around. Why are you still holding these pickaxes and rocks? Did the slave mindset is already wired in your brains? He frowns. Let them go. He shouts like a drill sergeant in the last part. Instinctively their bodies move and everyone lets go of their tools and rocks. Hector nods to himself and smiles, seeing that, only after they obeyed him that people find it weird. Siko gives Hector a long look but says nothing. All right people. Hear me out. Hector starts, attracting everyone's attention. He raises a finger to the sky and says, I'm gonna kill Kaido and liberate the country of Wano. Exclamation point. His confident tone makes everyone flabbergasted. Before voices of outrage or disbelief start, Hector interrupts. He doesn't have time to convince anyone. Shut up. Everyone shuts up instinctively. Kaido is less than a garden snake to me. I can pick him up and spin him around like he is a toy. He says his tone is light. Normally people would think he is joking, but for some reason, some people are starting to believe him. The truth, I don't need you fuckers with your lousy will and pathetic fight spirit. I can do all alone and hoard the honor to myself. He says in a grandiose way. His words make people ball their fists and grit their teeth in anger. Siko, but I can throw some breadcrumbs to you guys and let you all participate in the fight against the small fries while I do the heavy work. He sighs contemptuously. More shouts are heard from the prisoners. Hector raises his hands, and some people including Komatsu get on guard, but when Hector makes a grab motion the cuffs and collars are teleported to his hand. The process is repeated fast. He uses larceny in a person's restraints and throws it over his shoulder before it explodes. In less than 1 minute, all prisoners are free. There, you can go away like little bitches now. Hector then spreads his hands and a green light covers the whole prison, healing and recovering everyone. The prisoners look at themselves in awe before Hector's voice interrupts their little moment. Or you all can fight with me. He waves his hand down and a lot of katanas and weapons suddenly drop from the thin air. The sudden appearance of a bunch of weapons surprises everyone too. He smiles broadly while surrounded by weapons. It's hard to not see some glimpse of hope there. On the night of the fire festival, the 2 paths will be open to you all. Choose wisely, Hector says before grabbing Kamatsu and disappearing with Siko. A thief hideout. Kawamaki is in a good mood right now. Not only he was free from imprisonment, but Hector also told him that Princess Hiyori was alive and well together with Denjiro. And right now he is feeling like he is in the past again. I like direct guys like you, Ashura Doji. Hector smiles down at the defeated samurai, also part of the Red Scabbards. Now that I defeated you, do I have your loyalty? Komatsu watches the scene with some nostalgia. He is not the only one. Ashura Doji feels like is suddenly teleported to the past. He lies defeated on the ground and a smiling bastard is looking down on him while standing on his body. You're scumbag Ashura Doji. I heard that you've been stealing from the people. Very scummy. Hector laughs at him and shakes his finger from side to side, but your skills are very sharp. Those are not the skills of a guy who lived a life preying on the weak. You've been training every day, right? Ashura Doji looked up to him. You've been honing your swordsmanship for 18 long years. Hector extends his hand to him. Let's put these skills to use, shall we? One last and big th. He smiles at him. Siko looks attentively at the scene. Once again she was certain that Hector is simply too charismatic. If someone has a heart, he can move it. It's a dangerous ability. He knows exactly what to say and how to say it, and he has his actions to back it up. You're the last one in Wano, Doji. After you, I'm gonna recruit Nekamakushi and Inuarashi. He says, just follow me, you scumbag. On the same day, Hector decided to gather the rest of the allies and solve some business. On that evening, during the sunset, an enormous flock of cranes flew over the country of Wano. The crane is the bird of the Kazuki clan. The thousands and thousands of birds rained down leaflets to the whole population. A simple piece of paper with the symbol of the Kazuki clan, a full moon, a flame, and a vortex. Under rushed whispers, people discuss what is about. Hector's small actions created a small wind that was fed by Denjiro's spies and Yasui's contacts. Ayurk, my stomach. It hurts. It can't be. It's 2 years early. The 20 years haven't passed yet. In the castle of the shogun, people heard Orochi cursing during the whole night. On the top of a huge tree, Hector observes the sunset, the flock of cranes flying around him. After they get too close, they change themselves back to cherry petals. Gold experience. Very handy. He comments to himself before opening a portal, let's destroy their allies first. 2 days is more than enough time. He laughs before disappearing. 2 days to the fire festival. Hector meets the interested parts around the world and says his simple plan. The mink is a little complicated. He needs to beat Inuarashi and Nekamakushi to set them straight and end the 18-year-long feud. Everyone starts moving and making their preparations. Hector on his side is heading to a certain part of the new world. It's here. Ready? Hector asks while standing on an invisible platform high in the air, looking down on the G5, the most infamous marine base. You are the one that should know that. Law deadpans while giving Hector a look. Hector shrugs his shoulders. You're in an important part of your training. The truth is, you got used to fighting against me. Hector points at him. Hockey evolves during battle, during real situations where you put your line on line. I simulate those situations. You got the fastest development in history, but to find your own path and specialties you need to fight your own real battles. Hector says sagely Law can't argue against that. Now, young Padawan. Let's prepare the battlefield. Hector looks down on the marine base with a smirk and presses his palm downward. From the center of the base, Shockwaves propagate in all directions, destroying all the constructions and pushing the debris away in a circle. Law tries to keep a calm face seeing Hector's power. There. Hector points at a certain point. The debris are moving a little. Law pays attention and sees his target emerging from beneath the debris, Virgo. Law squints his eyes. Wants help from your crew? Hector asks, "Oh, good." Hector says and prepares himself to send him down. "If you die, I will collect your body." He says lightly that's Law battle. His devil fruit development is obviously inferior to his canon counterpart of 2U from now. But his hockey is nothing to scoff off. And on this battle against Virgo, hockey will decide the victor. Thanks to Virgo's full body armament, there's no way to catch him off guard. Law will need to overcome him on hockey. Hector would give him a 30 to 70 chance of winning. But he can still run. Hector will not watch the duel. Let's go do my own thing. Punk hazard, please spare me. Caesar Clown cries out while Hector grabs him by the neck. His face is all swollen after a good beating. I don't think I will. Hector answers without pity while copying his devil fruit power. An excellent power. Hector wouldn't say that is wasted in Caesar. After all, the scientist has a lot of knowledge and can use his power efficiently, but he could have done better. Well, he is a non-combatant. He thinks this guy here experimented with children and made them addicted, put a lot of lives at risk, and created the smiles. So Hector has no hesitation in killing him. After skimming through Caesar's memories, he already made his decision. After he is done copying his power, he is gonna kill him. He stopped holding back on this world. Fuck the plot. Fuck if these villains are essential to the development of some characters. He is already going to destroy the hardships that would mold Momonosuke into a better person in the future. Nothing can stop him now. Damn it. Caesar Clown cries out at this moment. A glimmer of hope shines on his pupils. He can see his subordinate Monet sneaking up on Hector. When the green-haired woman finally is close enough, she launches her attack. That was completely neutralized when a burst of blue flames sent her flying. Hector didn't even look at her. The flames emitted from his back are enough to neutralize her snow powers and hurt her severely. Before she can gather herself, 2 stakes of sea stone impale her forearms, pinning her on the ground. She groans in pain, but Hector doesn't even acknowledge her existence. I'm done, Hector says slowly before releasing Caesar's from his grip. The scientist appears surprised and elated at the sudden freedom, before he feels a momentary pain, and in the next instant he is no more. Exploded by Killer Queen power. Hector walks slowly to Ma. She gulps seeing him loom over her. Pretty. What waste, he says slowly and with a sigh, but she can say that in his eyes there's no pity or mercy. She closes her eyes for the last time, waiting for the inevitable death. She feels her head being held by a big hand. The next time, maybe I will try to steal you from Doflamingo. It's the last words that she will ever hear. Hector's playful and flirting ways that he adopted after coming from the One Piece world are nowhere to be seen. Hector walks to an abandoned part of the laboratory. Punk Hazard was in the past a island, where Vegapunk and Caesar do their research. One day Caesar blew up the island in a spiteful moment, making the whole place inhabitable because of the toxic gas. To everyone but him. In truth, he started slowly rebuilding the research facility after the same being abandoned by the world government, all of this funded by Doflamingo and Big Mom, which was supporting his research in creating giants. In a not-so-far future, in canon the island will be the stage of a big duel between 2 admirals, altering the landscape tremendously and creating a dual hot-cold climate. Now, beyond the poison gas that lingers on the air a little, the island looks almost normal with trees and normal rivers. Hector removes his hand from a red slime and nods to himself. The slime changes and turns himself into an axolotl. This is a rare case of an inanimate object eating a devil fruit and gaining life. A special process that only happens with Zoans. Hector just finished copying the axolotl devil fruit. It's a good fruit because of its regenerative properties. Then he intimidates the slime axolotl with his conqueror's hockey and captures it. It will be a good pet. He nods to himself again, satisfied. Now it's here. He turns his head and moves fast to a certain room. Crossing the door, he sees what he was searching for. The artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk himself. Artificial mythical Zoan, Uo no Mi model, Siryu. Fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. Pink eel to be more exact. Hector chuckles, still believing that is defective devil fruit, but is much better than any smile created by Caesar Clown. He grabs the fruit and uses power manipulation to study it lightly. He frowns. The fruit does not give him the weird feeling he expected. He put his hand on some smiles earlier while dealing with Caesar. He felt the difference to a real devil fruit. He does not feel a big discrepancy. He then takes a fruit from his sky poison pearl. The fruit is brown with scale-like patterns. That's the devil fruit he found earlier when his sky poison pearl signaled him. After checking a devil fruit encyclopedia, he discovered that is a Zoan. Hebe no Mi, model, brown snake. Nothing impressive, a normal Zoan. At least brown snakes are very venomous, so is not pathetic either. It's not that different. He comments while carrying a devil fruit in each hand, like he is weighing it. An idea pops into his head. Maybe Momo is a child. Luffy as a child is pretty pathetic with his devil fruit too. He narrows his eyes while looking at the artificial mythical Zoan, a smirk growing on the corner of his lips. He had an idea. Oh well, you're alive. Congratulations. Hector walks slowly and pats Law's broken body on the ground, making the man wince in pain. Laws glares murder at him when vomiting blood. He is in a bad shape, a bunch of his organs are being sustained by his own power, but he won. Virgo lays defeated on the ground close to him, sliced in half. It's also possible to see some wounds on his body. Hector makes a rough analysis and concludes that Law tried half a dozen of times to surpass Virgo's defense before finally having a breakthrough and defeating the man. Let me guess. Finally imbued your haki in your sword perfectly? Hector smiles at him, happy. But Law continues to glare at him without answering. His lungs are in a bad shape even to answer. Virgo must wanted to beat him a lot before bringing him to Doflamingo. Sucker, Hector thinks. He finally stops teasing Law and restores his body with crazy diamond power. Rest well, little disciple. Tomorrow we will go for Doflamingo head. He gives a huge grin to the now-restored surgeon. The day of the fire festival Dressrosa, Hector floats above Dressrosa, observing the country island like pain before using the Shinra Tensei. He admires the style and aesthetic of the country. If Ueno is like Edo period Japan, Dressrosa is like Spain. A little at least. Siko floats to his side, standing on an air platform formed by her own powers. I started liking Fight Siko, Hector says, attracting her attention. She turns to him. Different from you, I'm not a battle maniac. Even if I assimilated Yujiro Hanma, he thinks, the thrill of battle and excitement of putting your life in line. It's not for me, I think. She keeps her silence and lets him conclude his thoughts. It's more like a battle is the stage where I can show and test my hard-earned abilities. Where I can apply all of my training. Hector opens his arms to the world. He chuckles a little while enjoying the wind. To me, a good battle is the one where I know that I will win from the beginning. Suddenly having a power-up and relying on plot armor to win? He jokes while he makes a disgusted face. He never liked this cliché, even if it's cool to watch. Chapter 281 to 300 is ended and next chapter 301 to 320 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them? Comment on their favorite young adult fantasy audiobooks and check your other videos for more recommendations.